Thanks a lot, Sheila. And I hadn't actually asked you to sit down because I wanted you to stretch a bit. Some of you came very early, others came rather late. So stretch a bit because we are going to have a good time. And we are discussing something very good. We are discussing agriculture. We are discussing things to do with, nutrition, good health. So we need to be healthy, both in our, mental health is important, but also physical. So you can sit down. I want to unofficially take this opportunity to welcome all of us here. This is the third symposium of the third National Agroecology Actors Symposium. And this brings together the entire world, so to speak. We will have people speaking to us from all over the world. But as we know, this symposium is organized annually by PELAM and brings together over 12, I think. PELAM is an organization working in partnership with 12 others across Africa, Southern Africa, Eastern Africa, Central Africa. And in Uganda here, it is national and brings us here every year for this discussion, but also for an agricultural show that we shall have tomorrow. We are going to start by hearing from some of the presentations and the opening remarks, but suffice to say that this symposium is talking about challenges to livelihood. It's talking about climate change, agroecology, combining agriculture with culture, talking about challenges to biodiversity, and of course talking also about the challenges of the population that is growing faster than, the natural resources that we have. The natural resources don't usually increase in size. The land size is the same, but we have to look at better methods of harnessing whatever we do as far as agriculture is concerned. And that is what we are going to be discussing this morning. We are going to have remarks from the National Country Coordinator, Stella Lutalo, who is already here. And then shortly after her presentation and other presentations, we shall go into a high-level panel discussion that will be here. That's why you see all this arrangement here. Some of the presentations are going to be live on television, so ensure that you keep time if you're coming to speak here. Our theme this year is transforming Uganda's food systems through agroecology. And I will be happy to hear comparisons with what we discussed here last year and seeing what improvements we have made, what challenges are still pertaining. We are still in the COVID period, so I will request and appeal to you that try as much as possible to keep social distance, try as much as possible. In fact, ensure that you have your masks on at all times, especially when you are speaking to someone, to some colleague next to you. We cannot take things for granted. We need all of us alive as we get out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite the PELAM Uganda Country Coordinator, Ms. Stella Lutalo, to come and welcome us here officially. Stella, you're most welcome.
Good Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to remove my mask temporarily so that I'm better audible. Our guest of honor, the representative of FAO in Uganda, the honorable members of parliament present, the Commissioner, Crop Production, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, representatives of various government ministries, departments and agencies, representatives from the French Embassy in Uganda, representatives of the FAO Global Office, representatives of the FAO Country Office, the Country Director, Trocare, Uganda, Policy Advisor, Biovision Foundation, representatives from the board of IFOAM Organics International, representatives of the National Steering Committee of the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative present, General Secretary General for the Pelham Association, General Coordinator for the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, Chairperson and representatives of the board of Pelham Uganda, representatives of Pelham Uganda member organizations, and the farmers affiliated to our member organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you all to the 3rd National Agroecology Actors Symposium, organized under the theme, Transforming Uganda's Food Systems Through Agroecology. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation and turning up in such big numbers. We are all very privileged and honored to have you here. Thank you for honoring Pelham Uganda's invitation. We would like to also take the opportunity to appreciate all our partners that have worked with us in organizing this 3rd symposium. I won't mention names, but they are represented through the logos that are here. Thank you so much for being a part of this event. And I would like to also briefly talk about Pelham. We are a network in Eastern and Southern Africa in 12 countries, and we work to improve the livelihoods of smallholder farmers and sustainability of farming communities by fostering ecological land use management. And we've been doing this work for the past 26 years of our existence. And in Uganda, we have a membership of 65 NGOs working around the country, reaching over 3 million smallholder farmers in 122 districts around the country. And I would like to give a brief background about this event. It's an event that has been organized in the spirit of the United Nations FAO-led initiative on scaling up agroecology globally. And the call was launched in 2018 by FAO in Rome. And it's also in the spirit of the African Union-led Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative that is based on the AU decision to mainstream ecological organic agriculture in agricultural systems in member states. And the event has been organized by the National Agroecology Actors Platform that is hosted by Pelham Uganda. And the platform was launched by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries in May 2019, when we had our first National Agroecology Actors Symposium. And since the first symposium, that is over 3 years ago, we have been able to advance in our efforts to scale up agroecology in Uganda. And so far, we have had a coordination of actors in the country. And we have platforms, we have online platforms which are very actively engaged in information sharing about developments in agroecology in Uganda and beyond. We also have a structure over this platform which is the National Steering Committee, which is a multi-stakeholder steering committee with representatives from government, academia, private sector, certification bodies, farmers' organizations, civil society organizations, and more. And this steering committee is chaired by Mr. John Lodungo-Cole, the Assistant Commissioner Crop Production at the Ministry of Agriculture, and he'll be joining us, but we have the co-chair, who is Brother Morongo Marius from Uganda Matters University, who is represented here. You can stand up for recognition. And we also have members of the National Steering Committee. You can stand up for recognition if you're around. Yes. So that's the National Steering Committee that is overseeing the National Agroecology Actors platform that is hosted at Pelham and that has organized this event. And still in the efforts to advance agroecology, we have been implementing the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative together with partners including Kulika Uganda, Uganda Matters University, and the Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum, doing work around research and applied knowledge, work around information, communication and extension, and value chain and market development. And we have a lot of information sharing that will happen on these initiatives that we are implementing. We are also implementing the knowledge centers for organic agriculture and specifically co-hosting the Knowledge Hub for Eastern Africa. And this initiative is a continental initiative, but we are actively a part of the Knowledge Hub for organic agriculture in Eastern Africa. And we are working towards strengthening capacities in ecological organic agriculture and also knowledge generation, validation, and dissemination. And we have also made progress in involvement of young people. And since January this year, Pelham has been hosting the Youth in Agroecology and Learning Track, Business Learning Track, Africa. And we have also had a number of activities to bring on board the youth, including mentorships and learning caravans. Then we have also had topical dialogues and symposiums on specific issues around youth in agroecology, together with Yalta, but we've also had initiatives around climate action, together with the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa. We have also expanded our partnerships in advancing agroecology in Uganda, and since this year we have also brought on board the French Embassy, with whom we have jointly organized this event together with the Stanbic Business Incubator. And they bring in an interesting dimension on strengthening entrepreneurship in agroecology. We have also done a lot of work around developing replicable models of conversion from conventional to agroecological farming. And from the showcase events, you'll get to learn more about some of the projects we have implemented in Namayumba, in Wakiso district, and also in Iganga, with a lot of success in conversion of farmers from conventional to agroecological farming. We have also done work around ensuring that we have an enabling policy environment for agroecology. We have been working closely with the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to disseminate the National Organic Agriculture Policy, which was passed in 2019 and launched in 2020. So we've done a lot of work around dissemination of this policy. And we have also started on efforts on developing a national agroecology strategy in Uganda together with the Ministry of Agriculture. And since the beginning of this year, the ministry also appointed a a focal person in charge of ecological organic agriculture at the ministry, and he's right here with us. He's Mr. George Bob Sunday. You can stand up for recognition. He's our national focal person at the ministry. And so we are making good progress on having an enabling policy framework as a result of the will from the ministry. And all these efforts are, I know Charles, our moderator, also talked about this. We are experiencing a very fast growing population, a lot of pressure on land and natural resources. We are having pressure on the sector, the agriculture sector, to feed the growing population, and we need to increasingly embrace solutions that will guarantee sustainability of natural resources and work for our majority smallholder farmers who dominate the agriculture sector. And agriculture is such an option that offers sustainable solutions to complex challenges of land use, food security, nutrition, agricultural biodiversity conservation, and also has lots of potential for markets. And scaling up agroecology requires a lot of strengthening of the smallholder farmers, knowledge sharing, promoting agroecological markets, policy and legal frameworks that are favorable, and inclusion of youth and women, among others. And as Pelam Uganda, we are very committed to scaling up agroecology in Uganda, and we cannot do this alone. We are working together with other stakeholders, and if you're not part of this movement, we encourage you to join us as we advance agroecology in Uganda. And we are also committed to taking actions forward that keep coming from these symposiums to see that we make progress in the areas where agroecology is still lagging behind. So even this time round, as we mark our third year of the symposiums, we still pledge that support and follow up on actions. And finally, I would like to take us through the objectives of this third symposium. And the general objective of the symposium is to provide a platform for agroecology actors to share experiences and strategies for food systems transformation through scaling up of agroecology in Uganda. And specifically, we want to create awareness on the role of agroecology to transform Uganda's food systems towards inclusivity, resilience, and sustainability. We also want to remobilize agroecology actors to collectively strategize towards advancement of the Scaling Up Agroecology Initiative in Uganda. And finally, we want to create awareness on the United Nations food systems process, its implications and opportunities for advancing agroecology in Uganda. I encourage you to actively participate and make contributions to the presentations and discussions that are going to happen today. And I wish you all a successful symposium. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Stella, the Pelam Uganda Country Coordinator. Ladies and gentlemen, before I invite the next speaker, there is a team that is live streaming the entire discussion that is going on, and we are picking key messages and key questions that are coming from people who are participating online, and at an appropriate time, I will be incorporating some of those messages, some of those discussions and questions being asked about the symposium into our overall discussion going on today and tomorrow. Allow me now on your behalf invite the Secretary General of the Pelham Association, Mr. Hannington Owegi. I hope I've mentioned it right, Owegi or Oweji, to come and speak to us. Hannington, you're most welcome. Can we give some energy to the speakers so that we need to feel that we are discussing food, something very important in our lives. Hannington, you're most welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name, as has been mentioned, is Hannington Owegi. I work for Pelham Association. Distinguished guests, representatives from the government, organizing committees, Ministry of Agriculture representatives, and other stakeholders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, allow me to first appreciate and thank Pelham Uganda for organizing such a noble process where we have an opportunity to discuss our food system, from what we produce and what we consume. So Pelham Uganda, thank you very much for this opportunity. I believe Pelham Association has been well introduced, but just to mention a few things about Pelham Association. Pelham Association has been, as has been mentioned, works in 12 African countries in Central, South, and Eastern Africa. And our resolve and our struggle has been how to see that farmers are able to provide food for their growing population, and how they produce this food in a manner which is not interfering or rather reducing the natural resource that we have or depleting the resource that we have based on the agroecology practice and principles. We strongly believe that through agroecology, farmers are able to produce food, and it has been proved in various studies, research, and even discussions that agroecology is the best way to promote food system that allow farmers to be able to produce food without destroying the existing natural resource that they have with them to use. And through agroecology, we can be able to transform even the policy agenda on how food is produced. Because when you control seed, you control food. And many times you'll find that farmers do not have access to quality seed that they can be able to use to be able to produce more that we are demanding given the growing population. We must also recognize and appreciate that several symposiums have been organized around the world discussing food, agroecology, and food system entirely. But I want to believe what you're going to discuss here will help us to move further from discussing the food agenda on the conferences and also taking action that will see us supporting the farmers that are producing food appropriately. So the issue of action beyond the conferences is very key in what we shall be discussing and agreeing upon. We need to look at the strategies of how to ensure that farmers have got access to quality seed. There is good policy environment for agriculture to help them produce more, and better networking, collaboration, and partnerships with research institutions, other stakeholders, to help them to improve and come up with new innovations working in the area of agroecology. And to achieve this, as I said earlier, we need to really find a way of having a common way to move together, some kind of partnership arrangement and agreement. We at Pelham Association recognize the strength of networking and partnership, because entirely if we want to transform the food agenda, we must come together and work in solidarity with all stakeholders involved, the farming communities, the research institutions, the government, and all the CSOs that are involved in the food system transformative agenda. We must be very, very focused on that. In many states, we have found that there's a big gap on youth involvement in agriculture. And this is very, very, very a weak gap in some of the nations that are not involving youth, because our agriculture system depends on the youth to be able to continuously produce. But you find that in terms of our programming, in terms of our policy, there are a lot of gaps in youth engagement in agriculture, and I really must appreciate Pelham Uganda for the YALTA project that they're having with the youth, because it's the only way to ensure that there's continuous productions and enhancing the food system. Finally, I would want to recognize the good role that has been played and in partnership with the stakeholders through Pelham Uganda, because Pelham Uganda has been very strong on agroecology. In terms of the networks, they are the strongest in terms of agroecology and transforming farmers to a better food production and ecological land management practices. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. This is going to be a learning process for some of us, and we are all expecting to really engage, ask questions, do dialogues, and be able to promote that which we stand for. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker that we are going to listen to is Brother Mulongo Marius, who is going to talk to us on Organic Agriculture Initiative, and he is representing the chairman of the National Steering Committee. Mr. Mulongo, I saw him coming in. Kindly come and talk to us. You're most welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, as has been introduced to you, I am Mulongo Marius. I prefer to call myself a teacher. I'm a teacher, just a simple teacher at the Uganda Matters University. And I'm here the co-chair to the National Steering Committee of Ecological Organic Agriculture. I would like to observe the protocol as has been mentioned especially by the previous speakers. And I would like to ask each one of us for just a minute of silence for the repose of the soul of Professor Julius Mwine, who around this time last year or the other year was in front of us speaking matters of agroecology, but he was called for higher services to the Lord. Just a minute of silence. Thank you. We are the National Steering Committee of Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative. This is an initiative nested in the African Union, and it is financed by SDC and other organizations that are very friendly and ecological loving organizations. So the National Steering Committee is democratically elected by national platforms, and the National Agroecology Actors platform is an example of such platforms where the members of the National Steering Committee are drawn. We have many roles assigned to us by the initiative, and the key of those is to provide leadership, guidance, and overall supervision of ecological organic agriculture at country level. Is to explore ways of integrating EOA within national plans, strategies, and investment plans. And that's why our members are drawn across this divide. Our chair is a commissioner in the Ministry of Agriculture, that is at policy making level. We have funders, that's why I have representatives from FAO, our representative from FAO. We have farmers, we have certification bodies to make sure that we explore ways of integrating organic practices in the national plans, strategies, and investment. Developing the country's national platforms, long-term goals and strategies, initiating high-level coordination of EOA activities, among others. We have a vision, and this vision is to have a resilient and vibrant EOA strategies for enhanced food and nutrient security. A resilient and vibrant EOA system for enhanced food and nutrient security and sustainable development. Now that we are the National Steering Committee for Uganda, we shall say in Uganda. So the national steering committees in other countries, in West Africa, in East Africa, they will mention their countries. And this vision keys in very well with the theme of the third National Agriculture, with the National Agroecology Actors Symposium 2021, transforming Uganda food systems through agroecology. This theme fits very well in our vision. It is, on behalf of NSC and on my own behalf, my prayer that this symposium and many other symposia in the offing create and support the mission, one, to scale up and scale out ecologically and organically sound strategies and practices through institutional or farmer capacity development, scientific innovations, market participation, public policies. I also want to talk of private policies. we can have policies at the private level. In your family, you could choose to put up a policy that we shall eat organic food, all the food that has gone through an organically certified process. That could be a private policy, and it works. Then outreach and communication, efficient coordination, and kindly open your ears and listen to this, and networking and partnerships. Networking and partnerships. Those of us who are in academia, and Professor Charles is here, I'm glad he's my mentor, he's still my mentor. We say publish and survive, or publish or perish. This seems to have changed. We need to say network or perish. You don't network, you are not going anywhere. That's why I have put emphasis on it. So networking and partnerships in order to transform Africa's food systems through agroecology. I would like to wish you nice deliberations during this symposium. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Molongo Marius. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to hear from the guest of honor or his representative giving us the official opening speech. And our guest of honor is the FAO of Food and Agriculture Organization Country Representative Dr. Antonio Querido, and he is represented here by Mr. Biakweli Jean-Marie. That's what I was told to pronounce the name as, and he is a policy analyst with the FAO. You're most welcome, Mr. Biakweli.
Thank you very much. Thank you, MC, for presenting me. I am Jean-Marie Biakweli. I'm a policy officer. I'm here representing Dr. Antonio Querido, who could not make it because of his busy schedule. And he convey you his warm greetings and wishing you fruitful symposium and deliberation today. Thank you. Honorable members of Parliament, Commissioner Crop Productions, Mr. Alexis Wakuba, from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, representatives from various government ministries, departments, and agencies, representatives from the French Embassy in Uganda, representatives from FAO, the Global Office, the General Coordinator, Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, Dr. Mio Bele, the Country Director, Trocare, Uganda, the Policy Advisor, BioVision Foundation, representative from the Board of IOFARM Organics International, representative from the Continental and the National Steering Committee for the Ecological Organic Agriculture Initiative, Secretary General, Pelham Association, General Coordinator, Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, the Chairperson, Pelham Uganda Country Board and other country board representatives, Country Coordinator, Pelham Uganda, representative of the civil society, member organization, and farmers organizations, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to thank and appreciate Pelham for the important contribution you have made in promoting of agroecology in Uganda and for organizing this third symposium on agroecology. This discipline is one of the main safeguards of sustainability of our food system for the prosperity of the people and the planet. As an integrated approach, agroecology demands the simultaneous application of resilient measures from the natural environment and the social interactions to manage food resources and agriculture systems. The relevance of agroecology conservation and application is more important than ever before at a time when the United Nations and the many countries across the world are prioritizing food system transformations as a game changer for the accelerated realization of all 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This position is afresh from the recently concluded first ever United Nations Food System Summit that was held on 23rd September 2021 as a part of the 76th session of United Nations General Assembly. The United Nations Food System Summit was organized around 5 action tracks. Action track number 1 is about access to safe and nutritious food for all. Action track number 2 is about sustainable consumption patterns. Action track number 3 is about nature positive production. Action track number 4 is about reducing inequalities. And action track number 5 is about reducing vulnerability to shocks and stressors. Agroecology contributes effectively to action track number 3 on nature positive production. It emphasizes producing more, using less, and ensuring that production systems are regenerative in nature and sensitive to climate change phenomena. Ladies and gentlemen, as a fundamentally inclusive discipline and approach for sustainable development, agroecology places farmers and producers at the centers of transformation. As the world community, including Uganda, continues to source solutions to safeguard the planet for future generations to come, agroecology certainly provides the critical answers by building resilient and adaptive capacity that empowers producers and communities as a key agent of transformative and sustainable change. Beyond food production, agroecology also addresses the social and economic dimensions of food systems. It places a strong emphasis on the right of women, youth, and indigenous people, employment creation, and aims to sustainably enhance productivity and competitiveness of value chain. In essence, agroecology is structured to address the root causes of problem in an integrated way, and it provides holistic and long-term solutions to agriculture transformation. FAO and its partners continue to promote at least 10 interlinked and interdependent elements of agroecology in the various countries and the community where we work, including in Uganda. That is respect and the promotion of agrobiodiversity, harnessing synergies, improving efficiencies, strengthening resilience, promoting and supporting recycling, promoting co-creation and sharing of knowledge, respecting and promoting human dignity and social values, respecting culture and food traditions, promoting responsible governance and agroecological resources, and finally, promoting circular and solidarity economy as an enabling environment. As you all know, Uganda has a rich agroecological heritage with diverse agroecological zones that have huge untapped potential. As the agriculture economy continues to grow, the increasing burden of ensuring that the country is secure in terms of food security and nutrition rests heavily on the shoulders of the farmers and the producers and the entire agriculture sector. The undesirable levels of food insecurity and the malnutrition in parts of Uganda, in particular in a region like Karamoja and some northern part of the country, is also a testimony that more needs to be done in harnessing agroecological resources. The country needs to produce more food using less resources, while the food production and the processing processes need to be sustainably improved to ensure that there is all year round supply and access to safe and nutritious food. Transformative agroecological action in Uganda and other countries in the region will heavily rely on the national priorities to climate smart and the nature positive agriculture innovations that are resilient and sensitive to climate change, gender equality, and good nutrition. Putting it in another way, it shall not be business as usual of just producing more food in bulk, but rather using production means that are smart, inclusive, resilient, and safe, and deliver nutrient-rich food commodities. Improving our agroecology also requires safeguarding indigenous and improved seed that promote nutritious food and healthy diet, and the building of social protection safety nets such as food banks, food reserves, seed and gene banks, as well as drought, pest, and disease-resistant varieties. Ladies and gentlemen, beyond practices is the sustainable management of agroecological systems. By its very nature, agroecology is multidimensional, and this calls for strengthening multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder partnership and coordination of the actors in the food system right from the grassroots. Investment in agroecology is important and should be prioritized and tracked, especially in the area of sustainable agronomy, science, technology, and innovation. Increasingly, there is a demand for countries to commit at least 1% of the national budget toward research and innovation to improve food systems. Given the lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic and its disruptions of markets and agri-food system processes in some part of the world, and to less extent in Uganda, strengthening digital services access has provided new frontiers in agroecology based on the ability to utilize data and information technology to improve resilience of production systems and the markets. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are moving toward a more sustainable agri-food system transformation agenda in Uganda, we need to adopt an agroecology approach that is built around the following 4 pillars. Pillar number 1 is an agroecology that promotes food systems that foster food security. As you know, food security is inherent to wildlife conservation. Environmental degradation leads to poverty traps that change food systems, which in turn reinforce behaviors that increase environmental degradations. Therefore, addressing the drivers of food insecurity will improve nutrition as well as agriculture and ecological resilience and reduce the aspirations that drive wildlife poaching in some part of Uganda. Pillar number 2 is an agroecology that supports ecosystem-based adaptation. As you know, biodiversity and ecosystem services can be part of an overall strategy to help local communities adapt to the adverse effect of climate change. Agroecology practices that use soil replenishing trees can have multiple co-benefits, including soil health enhancement, carbon sequestration, fuel wood, and natural pest resilience. Pillar number 3 is an agroecology that builds carbon offset schemes to support community conservation. Conservation and climate change mitigation are linked. Carbon markets are a critically important byproduct of a sustained commitment to conservation farming practices if they result in decreased deforestation and increased sustainable land management. And finally, the last pillar is an agroecology that makes sustainability and conservation a profitable business undertaking. A strong business model supported by the development of a unique brand and in combination with the training and the support can synergize economic and conservation effort, achieve revenues, and carve a path toward sustainable financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are grateful for Pelum for the active promotion of agroecology in Uganda. FAO has noted that you have been working to improve the livelihood of small-scale farmers and the sustainability of rural communities since 1995 through the fostering of ecological land use management. It is also encouraging that Pelum is coordinating a broader network of like-minded organizations and is deeply involved in undertaking research and demonstration projects and advocacy for policies that empower and support small-scale farmers. At FAO, we treasure investment in agroecology, and we pledge our support to continue to focus on interventions and action geared toward the 4 betters: better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life while leaving no one behind in Uganda. I thank you very much, and I wish you fruitful deliberations and I declare this third National Agroecology Symposium open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the representative of the FAO. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going into a keynote presentation, and this part is especially televised. But before I do that, allow me recognize Ms. Eve Lumvumu from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. If you're here, kindly stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. I'll also recognize Ms. Oni. This particular name is very long. Raza Fini Lasama. Wow. From the French Embassy. Kindly stand up for recognition as well. Thank you very much for coming and being here. Also allow me recognize my old friend who has been involved a lot in agroecology, running all over Africa and the world teaching agroecology, the program coordinator of the Alliance for Food Sovereignty, AFSA, Bridget Mugambe. You're most welcome and thanks for participating. I know that Million is going to participate on the panel discussion, but allow me also recognize the presence of Million all the way from Addis Ababa, an old friend that I met 2 years ago in Togo and in Addis Ababa when we were teaching journalists about agroecology across Africa. Thanks so much, Million, for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite Dr. Emma Sili Prandi, who is online, and she's going to give us the keynote presentation on how agroecology can transform food systems. And Emma is an agricultural officer and specializing in plant protection. And Emma, can you hear me?
Yes, clear and loud. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you repeat that so that I confirm that you're clear enough?
Okay, I'm talking from home. Can you hear me? Okay, it's okay?
Yes, it's okay. You're clear enough.
Thank you.
So Emma, but if you can do less, I'll be most happy. But you have 30 minutes ideally for your presentation, and we are all ears. Thanks. You're most welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be with you with this amazing third meeting of the national meeting on agroecology actors in Uganda. And I had the pleasure to be with you last year. And I'm very impressive with all the things that has changed in the last year, and especially because of the pandemic situation. So I think we should congratulate the national platform for being active and promoting such a great work as Mrs. Stella and the other speakers presented in the first part of the meeting. I would like to share my screen. Let's see if it works well with my presentation. Can you see my screen? Yes. Please, please confirm if it's okay.
Yes, clearly.
Yes. Thank you. So the idea is to discuss a little bit this main idea of transforming food systems through agroecology. I will present, of course, FAO points of view, how we are working in that direction, because I know that in Uganda, you are working very hard on this direction. So let's see if our points of view are coincidence. I think they are. Well, I will not enter into details on how agroecology could be a powerful lever for solving these major challenges, because you are discussing this in the last years. We are discussing all of this in the international arena. So we know that agroecology concepts and principles can optimize interactions between plants, animals, humans, and the environment, and take into account social aspects. That this is especially important, because if we want to have a sustainable and fair food systems, we have to do this with the people, not over the people, but with the people. This is knowledge intensive. We need collective knowledge from farmers, from science, from governments. We need to work together in these directions. And also, we are aware that are many different approaches and options that are going towards sustainable food systems. We can use agroecology as an umbrella, but we cannot understand this. Not every so-called sustainable approach could be under this umbrella. We have some criteria, and those criteria, I would say we can use like the 10 elements of agroecology that has been defined by FAO, also the 13 principles of agroecology that was established by the HLPE report from the Committee of Food Security and Nutrition, the World Committee of Food Security and Nutrition. So we have some criteria that we can use to define what approaches are really going on the direction that we think it's valid. And we have some common points, such as the diversification of the production systems, livelihoods, and products in space and time. So we are not talking about monoculture at all. We talk about contextualizations of approaches. So we know that the one-fits-all solution is not a solution. We have to tailor the responses, the answers in each context based on the local ecosystem and the food heritage, the local culture. We have to pay attention to human and social values and rights of people. We should not forget about the rights, because we are not talking about other kinds of relationship. We are talking about horizontal power relationship. And this connects with this idea of co-innovation between farmers and researchers. Agroecology cannot be done in a top-down approach, absolutely. We need to change this idea, because if we have this contextualized situation, we need to combine these different kinds of knowledge. And this means territorial, decentralized approaches, cooperation, responsible and equitable governance of natural resources. And we need to look beyond production systems. We have to focus on the entire food systems. As my colleague, FAO representative Querido said in his speech, we are talking now the new strategic framework of FAO talk about the 4 betters. Better life, better environment, better nutrition, better production. And agroecology can support all these 4 components. This is important to achieve efficiency, efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems, leaving no one behind. This means we have to pay attention to women's rights, youth's rights, indigenous people's rights. This is a general timeline, and of course I will not present all of this, just to have an idea that in 2018, as it was mentioned before by Mrs. Stella, we had the 2nd symposium on agroecology, where the Scaling Up Agroecology Initiative was launched. And I would like to mention that before the 2nd symposium, a lot of work was done, of course. But after the symposium, we had some landmarks, such as the approval of the 10 elements of agroecology by the Council of the Conference of FAO in 2019. We developed TAPE, that is the tool for agroecology performance evaluation, and I will mention this later on. And last year, and especially this year, we had the approval of the CFS recommendations on agroecology and other innovative approaches. That is the committee, the World Committee of Food Security and Nutrition. And this year also, we have the UN Food System Summit, where the Coalition on Agroecology was approved. And I will talk about this right now. So the CFS process is very important, because it was the decision, the policy recommendations that was approved in the last CFS assembly was based on the scientific report produced by the what we called among us HLPE, that is the high-level panel of experts. This report showed that agroecology is the most comprehensive approach for the transformation of the agriculture and food systems. And the policy recommendations that was approved in last June have clear indications on how government should implement these policies to transform food systems through agroecology and other innovative approaches that are connected with agroecology, as I told in the beginning of my speech. And then now in September, as it was mentioned also by the other speakers, the UN Food System Summit approved a coalition for food system transformation through agroecology. This coalition was supported initially by 24 countries and more than 30 international organizations, and including FAO. So FAO, IFAD, UNDP, World Food Program, and so UNEP. This is a very important coalition. What is a coalition? Is governments, international organizations, civil society organizations, research, academic people, etc., who have this willingness of transforming, put their efforts together to transform the food systems, each one in its own role, of course. But the idea is to implement these agroecological and regenerative approaches as a key lever to transform food systems. By operationalizing the 13 principles of agroecology set out in the HLPE report, and that are based also in the 10 elements of agroecology and the what many of us, we know that Stefan Gleisman established these 5 levels of transition to the food systems. So we are combining all of these ideas, and we understand that these principles and elements and levels of transition are important guidelines for governments, for civil society organizations, academic and research people, etc., to put their efforts in the same direction. This coalition, yes, it's very important because they are based in 4 key sub-objectives. That is, implement the CFS policy recommendations, strengthen research and development programs, particularly promoting local innovation in transdisciplinary and participatory approaches. So this is key for having success in this coalition. Of course, promoting consistency amongst sectorial policies, because it's not possible if you have a policy on agriculture going in one direction and policy on health and trade, etc., going on other direction. We have to promote this coherence among policies. And of course, we need investments, public and private investments in agroecology. I know that you are discussing this since at least since 2019 in the first National Agroecology Actors Symposium, and I had the pleasure of participating last year, and I know that you are going in this direction. I know that you are really committed to these transformations. I would like to talk a little bit about this TAPE, Tool for Agroecology Performance Evaluation, that was developed by FAO and partners. You know that this is a tool that allows to characterize and also to measure how agroecology is progressing, and using some criteria and using some a multi-dimensional assessment, and it can be used in several ways. Last year, I had the opportunity to read the report of the TAPE experience in 132 farms in Uganda. That was an experience coordinated by then Church Aid and research people in Uganda, and I can imagine they are here, and you can discuss this in details later, I can imagine. But what I would like to highlight is that the results of the analysis in these 132 cases show that more advanced agroecological farms have, among others, better economic performance, and you can see the graphic here, better dietary diversity, soil health, and agrobiodiversity. So this is data that you can discuss, but you have already this tool to have valid information on how agroecology work in your country and in specific regions, specific farms that you know. But this is important because it's a way to show that how things are evolving in your context. But I can give you more examples from other parts of the world where we are working under the Scaling Up Agroecology initiative. For instance, the Andhra Pradesh community managed natural farming in India, where they are using the farming field schools approach to achieve hundreds and thousands of farmers, and they are having economic impact, environmental impact, social impact, especially among women. They have amazing results, and they are now trying to scale up in other states in India also. You have a different situation, for instance, in Senegal. This is a more political level. They have discussed in in several regions of the country how to improve the policies on agroecology, and they have established a plan for Senegal and they have, as you did in Uganda, they have organized this national platform that is mixed from government and from civil society organizations. And they are discussing, they have these territorial committees to implement the policies in a territorial level. They have also, they are doing capacity building for women, for youth, etc. So this is a different stage. And I would like to give you also some information about Mexico. Mexico is also a joint work among between government and civil society organization and research and academic sector, but they are centered basically in healthy issues. So agroecology comes from the production section, the production sector, but they are focused more in how food and health and environment are connected. So they started by establishing the frontal warning labeling for ultra-processed food, added sugar beverage, etc. But they also, at the same time, they established some programs for changing the production side. So they are working in both fronts, I would say, but focused in this connection about health, food, and environmental, and of course giving conditions to producers to make this transition. because this is important. So I would start here. I'll start end here. Stop here. And I thank you very much for this opportunity. My idea is to highlight that you are going in the right direction. You are going in the same direction that international movements are going. There are other countries that are also going on that direction. And this is important. The FAO is keen to work with you and to promote this exchange of experiences, opportunities. You know that we have the agroecology knowledge hub that is a space, there is a room for everyone who wants to publish their events or articles or experiences. And we are also promoting a community of practice in agroecology and family farming in Africa. And I really encourage you to participate because this is an opportunity also to exchange experiences and to let people know what's going on in Uganda, because you're going in a very interesting direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siliprandi, all the way from Rome, the headquarters of the Food and Agricultural Organization. Thank you very much. And I appreciate the economic use of time, 20 minutes, your presentation, and I had given you 30. Thanks a lot. I hope that you will be with us through the day, especially now as we are going into the panel discussion. A number of the issues that you raised will be discussed as well in this panel discussion as a follow-up, and to ensure that what we are discussing are synchronized and there is that unity of mind going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite the following persons. We will have online all the way from Zurich in Switzerland, Mr. Matthias Geck. I hope the technical team has ensured that he's already online. As we get that confirmation, allow me invite Dr. Christopher Cheswa. Cheswa is the chairperson of the Pelham Uganda Country Board. Doctor, you're most welcome, and kindly clap well for him so that he gets energized to take his seat up here on the panel. Allow me also invite Professor Charles Sechewa. Professor Sechewa is a director with the Center for Ecosystems Research and Development, SAD. Professor, you're most welcome. Let's clap for him as well. I will also invite Dr. Million Bella. Bella is the General Coordinator for Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA. You're most welcome, Million. And the first time I met Million, I thought of money, because his name speaks to a lot of it. You're most welcome. The next panelist we will have is Margaret Masudio. Margaret is a farmer, and she works with ESAF, which is the Eastern and Southern Africa Small Scale Farmers Forum. Margaret, come and take a seat at the panel here. Finally, another panelist that we will have online is all the way from Denmark, and that is Mr. Paul Holbach. Paul Holbach is a board member of IFORM Organics International. Can I confirm that Paul and Matthias are already online? Technical team, confirm for me that before we go live on the discussions. Yes. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, online, and good to have all of you. I'm going to prefer to stand so that I'm most alert. I'm not going to sit. May I request you, panel, to, the seats have been well distanced from each other, so you can, yes. Camera people, is Professor okay sitting this side, doctor here, or he should go the other side? Okay. Then I'm going to request Professor exchange with the lady, so that the lady is in the middle and well protected. Thank you very much. Let me start with Matthias from Zurich. And for starters, I just want to find out, you are a specialist in policy. I want to start with asking you about finding the right enabling policy. When we talk of an enabling policy, what do we mean exactly, especially in our case? What do you think should be that enabling policy?
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for having me. I don't think that question can be fully answered. It really depends on the case. And there are many ways of creating an enabling policy environment for scaling up agroecology. One can be the example we've just seen in Emma's presentation of giving subsidies to organic fertilizers rather than just to synthetic fertilizers. Another one can be public procurement schemes that value traditionally and sustainably produced food. Another one can be a policy that actually values participation in knowledge generation and decision making. I think the National Agroecology Actors platform is a wonderful example for that. As agroecology is much more than just ecological farming, it's so important that we create the right environments for all actors that are relevant for food system change to be actively involved in decision-making processes. So I think the key aspect for all processes that go towards enabling policies for agroecology is that all relevant actors are involved in the development of these policies. These need to be farmers. They need to be also private sector actors. They need to be researchers. And it's very important that also marginalized groups, women, youth, and local communities can be involved in these processes in one way or another. So to create such platforms and multi-stakeholder mechanisms, I think is a key processes in creating more enabling environments for agroecology.
Share with us in your study of on agroecology policy as an advisor for that. Are there some jurisdictional examples that you want to share with us to learn from? And I think we are doing it.
Yes, thank you very much. I do think the examples that Emma presented in her presentations are very good. In addition, maybe also from Europe, there's some very nice examples. France has an agroecology policy that values sustainable, ecologically produced food. Germany has a bill to support agroecology. The example from Denmark, I think Paul will share a bit of details in this regard, is a wonderful example. But also in East Africa, I think we need to focus not just on the national level In Kenya, for instance, agriculture is a devolved subject, and the subnational entities, so the counties, are in the key role for developing policies and mechanisms for agriculture. And there, with support from BioVision, 2 counties have developed an agroecology policy. One is Kiambu and the other Meru. And other counties are taking this example and contextualizing it to the environments of their respective counties to ensure that the various aspects included in agroecology get increased support. So this is referring to knowledge generation, including farmers in the generation of knowledge and not just top-down research. This is also developing demonstration farms so farmers can learn. It's on better extension services, it's on public procurement schemes, it's on market support, etc., etc. And I think it really depends on each political entity which way to go. One way is to create sort of like an agroecology policy or agroecology bill that is all-encompassing, including the 10 elements of agroecology as defined by FAO, or the 13 principles as defined by the CFS HLPE. Another example or possibility is to include individual components of agroecology in bills that have a specific focus. So in a climate change bill, in the nationally determined contributions, in a biodiversity bill, in a food bill, in a subsidy bill, there's many different ways of doing it. And I don't think, as Emma said, there's no silver bullets. There's no one-size-fits-all solutions. I think it's really important that we think about what are the issues we have at stake in Uganda, for example, and what is the best way to address it. Agroecology, being such a systemic concept, has solutions to literally all challenges that we face in agriculture and food systems. But what the most urgent and pressing ones are, local stakeholders and actors need to define. And for that, again, multi-stakeholder mechanisms such as the National Agroecology Actors Platform is really key. I think it's really important to go to the constituencies and ask the right questions. What are the most urgent and pressing issues you face, and what solutions can you imagine? And then science can help in sort of projecting the outcomes of different solutions. What is the difference between a business as usual scenario, a green revolution paradigm, or agroecology or organic agriculture? This can be modeled based on scientific facts. And then this can be discussed again with a multitude of actors to find the best solution. And together with policymakers and an interface with the civil society and researchers, the best policy can then be designed.
And what kind of an enabling policy framework do we need where we have gaps?
Thank you very much, moderator. Based on my experience, I totally agree with what the previous panelist has said, that the policy process need to be very inclusive. My experience in Uganda, as we researched the policy process, and especially in regard to the National Environment Policy, which has been tested and even revised, it was enacted in 1995. So it has had quite some time, and so our observations are well founded. The policy is well written, and it shows that it has involvement of all stakeholders. But when it came to actual implementation, we observed that what we call participation of all stakeholders was actually more or less skewed in that a team of stakeholders would be probably from only one sector, and other sectors would be left out. So that has been quite a challenging gap in as far as implementation of that policy is concerned. In the case of the National Organic Agriculture Policy that was approved in 2019, we endeavored to address that gap by having a multi-sectoral approach, a multi-stakeholder approach, where all different sectors would be represented during the process. I therefore, once again, conclude by saying that when you don't have a well consultative process for a policy, implementation becomes quite difficult at the different levels, at the local government level, and even at the grassroots level. So we need really to ensure that as we pursue the National Organic Agriculture Policy, under which agroecology is performed, that we actually embrace multi-stakeholder approach and the multi-sectoral approach. Here in Uganda, the multi-sectoral approach is well taken care of at the Prime Minister's level, where the different sectoral ministries come together to discuss policy. But we have to ensure that that is effectively done and that issues that relate to agroecology are well taken care of. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor. A follow-up question. I wanted to also find out how can we transform market systems to work for smallholder agroecological farmers, and in order for them to support the food systems transformation that we are talking about?
Thank you so much. I take it from the FAO rep presentation, where a business model has been called for. For quite some time, as we pursued the pathway to ensuring agroecological growth and organic agriculture growth in Uganda and even on the African continent, the emphasis has so far been on export marketing and premiums. I think it's high time that we divert away from that. These sentiments have been also echoed in the recent discussions on the UN Food Systems Summit, that people have actually come up very concerned about issues like the carbon footprint of food and the enabling access to safe and nutritious food by local communities. So if we think about the growth of agroecology in this country, we must embrace a business model where we create local markets for our people such that they can access the nutritious and the safe food. And for them to do that, we must first of all ensure that we have known and traceable sources of this food. We must also ensure that the food is found in locations that are known, and the food itself should be actually labeled in order to avoid all malpractices leading to its adulteration. Now, that is what I think would be the best way forward for our food systems in Uganda as we pursue the agroecology pathway. Currently, the Center for Ecosystems Research, as an example and as a case, has established a physical organic agriculture products market at Abaita Ababidi, and this market is already functional all day. Our observations, and being from the research background, is that we seem to have a declining trend in as far as agroecology stakeholder direct involvement is concerned. And this, the indicative factor is that when you source for such products, they are not readily available. The response is very low. And as such, we feel we need to come down from sensitizing the policy level and engaging at policy level down into the grassroots to actually operationalize the National Organic Agriculture Policy by ensuring that our people are able to produce safe and nutritious food, but also they are able to feed on it and also have extra for generation of income for their better livelihoods.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor. Let me now run straight to broaden this to the African context. Dr. Million, you come from Ethiopia, close up here. And there are some people who have talked about the Pan-African narrative about food systems. Tell us more about this. What is AFSA as an African-focused entity doing to produce or to even market food systems from the African narrative?
Thank you very much. I must say that I found the Ugandan food really amazing and very healthy, because you steam your food and you boil your food. That's a cultural food. Whether everybody does that is another question. And I was also told that when you cook one food, you cook another. One on top of the other. This is an energy conservation strategy, which I really, really, really appreciated. And I had a chance to go to western part of Uganda, about 500 kilometers or something, and I was looking at the landscape, and I visited a farm, and I counted actually more than 14 and 15 kinds of crops, including fruits, in a single farm. So, and also, the statistics tells us that Uganda is one of the highest producers of and exporters of organic food in Africa. All this fact tells me that Uganda can actually transform into agroecology very, very easily. And it can be an example to all of Africa. As you said, the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa is a continental organization. We have close to 40 members, and our members work in 50 of the 55 African countries. So what we did in 2013 when everybody was talking about agroecology is, does agroecology work for Africa? And we did research. We collected data from almost every African country. And the data tells us that yes, agroecology works for Africa, because it increases production, it increases income to the family, it improves the soil, it improves resilience, because different kinds of crops are planted together, as I said in the Ugandan case. And it also, much more importantly, puts control of the food system in the hands of the farmers. So agroecology works in Africa. Agroecology, as you know, has 3 legs. One leg is research. By the way, in terms of research, I'm going to speak quite shortly in a big conference organized by Agropolis. It's a French government higher body of research and based in Montpellier. And it's a highly significant meeting, because what they did was, as part of the CGIAR, it's a big research grouping, as you know, They went back and looked at all the researches that they have done. And they've come up that actually agroecology works. So research is one angle. The second is a number of practices. And the third is a social movement. The social movement side is not talked that much. It's a very, very critical part of agroecology. It has to be the three of them, otherwise it is not agroecology. Agroecology is a science and a practice and social movement. AFSA is a social movement. Why is the social movement side of agroecology important? Because, as repeated speakers have said, our seeds are threatened. Our food systems are threatened. There are companies and there are outside governments, there are philanthropic capitalists, who are trying to create, to convince us to adapt some of the seed legislations, seed frameworks, seed laws, so that they control our seeds. This is not right. So we have to fight that. So social movement is important. They tell us that, unless we pump chemicals into our soils, both inorganic fertilizers and pesticides, unless we actually buy hybrid seeds from companies, unless we reorient our agriculture to market-based agriculture, we cannot feed ourselves. I think all Ugandans know that that's not true. Because there is food in Uganda, plenty of food. Why do you go to industrial agriculture? While you can feed yourself and you can increase your export and you can improve the life of people. So that's what the AFSA is doing, taking these kinds of examples and bringing them higher up to the African Union level and interacting with the African Union and promoting the change that is coming, which is agroecological transformation.
Thanks a lot, Million, for that very passionate presentation for the African narrative. But let me make a follow-up on that. The biggest question that is now talked about, there are two things. One is making agriculture business-oriented or business-focused, that people must make money, and that involves mindset change. But two, following very directly to your question of, being careful with chemicals and all that to introduce to our land, in Africa, we have a problem of land fragmentation. Families, you start with 2, then they become 10. Before you know it, they are 10. Multiplication of numbers, and yet the land is the same for that family. So they have to fragment it in order to distribute to the rest of the family members who have come up. How then do you use these variables to ensure that Africa, the youth, the women, the private sector, make agriculture viable as a business to transform food systems?
I think both questions are very relevant and very, very good questions. Quite recently, we did research. The Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa did research. Do we have agroecological entrepreneurs in Africa? Do we have them? What is their challenge? Can they get actually income to compete with other kinds of entrepreneurs? That was the research. In the research, I think this is a big finding. It takes me about an hour to talk about it. The conclusion is that yes, agroecological entrepreneurship works and they can be much more productive, but it has to be connected with awareness from consumers also. That's where agroecology is very much important, because agroecology connects producers and farmers, because we have to talk about the totality of the food system. So if we do a very, very good consumer education, then it's very easy to link agroecological production with business. A best example is a Kenyan case, the green leafy vegetables. The supermarkets were not holding green leafy vegetables, but suddenly consumers started to demand them. Then supermarkets wanted more green leafy vegetables. And farmers started to plant them. Even the school procurement program in some of the regions started to ask for these green leafy vegetables. So it's very much possible to educate consumers and link producers and consumers and increase the income of farmers. It is possible. And agroecological entrepreneurship does not only mean production, you know, in the value chains, you can involve the youth, you can involve a range of actors to gain more income from agroecology. That's my answer.
Thanks a lot. Oh, sorry. Please go on that point.
Fragmentation.
Yeah.
The land fragmentation question is a very critical question, and that's what is leading also migration from rural areas to urban areas. It's a big issue. But a fragmented land, a small farm, I think it's much more situated, or it's much more. It's better to follow agroecology in fragmented land than monoculture, even in a fragmented land. That's the case. But farmers can combine also their land, you know, and really promote agroecology when land fragmentation is the case. But it's a much more complex social case, land fragmentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Million, for that. That moves me to a person I think is practically involved in the field, boots on the ground, Margaret Masudio. Why is agroecology important for smallholder farmers, Margaret, for persons like you? Why do you think agroecology is relevant to you?
Thank you so much, moderator, for giving me this opportunity. I am a small-scale farmer from Ajuman district. I'm privileged to be on this panel to talk about what farmers do in regards to agroecology. I would like to thank the guest of honor who gave elaborate importance of agroecology to farmers. And it left a lot of questions in my head. To whom are we addressing this issue? Who is the problem in food production? Because as I was growing up, I see the practice we are talking about being implemented in food production. Now, where is the problem? Is it us who are seated here? Is it the seed companies who are telling us to use chemicals? If they're the ones, are they here? Or we are talking to ourselves? Otherwise, agroecology, that is what we do. That is the best way to go. It involves all the farmers. It involves everybody, regardless of whether you are educated or not educated. You participate in food production. It doesn't segregate anyone. It is ecosystem friendly, because when you produce, you use the leaves to mulch your garden. You cut the spear grass to mulch the garden. You pick few leaves to produce pesticide. Are you harming the environment? The environment is very healthy, meaning that we produce healthy food and we contribute to healthy community and healthy population. And that is with agroecology. And more so, issues of the land, the water, the forest, and the entire atmosphere is very safe. Nothing hurts the other. We coexist. I used to hear from our grandparents, when you find a big tree, they'll tell you, don't go there. There are evil spirits there, meaning that they are protecting those trees. There are certain food stuff which you go to the forest and you get and you eat. Very healthy. Nothing like a chemical used in it. Meaning that all the environment, the land, the water are well protected when we practice agroecology. It also, it is gender sensitive because every person participates. Men are there grazing animals. They help us to pick the cow dung, to mulch, to produce organic manure. The boys participate. Even the young girls participate. They sweep the compound. All the rubbish is collected in a corner where it ferments, and we use it we apply in the garden. We used to ply pumpkin where we pour the rubbish, the rubbish pit. My grandmother, normally when it is dry season, she makes sure we remove all the filled up pit. Then around there, that is where we plant pumpkin. And you see the yield, you see the leaves, very healthy, children eat. You even cook without adding anything, you boil. You add a bit of your local tomatoes in it, you add a bit of salt. We cook using the local salt, and this local salt, we get it from the ash. Without even destroying the forest. We get the local salt and we use it for cooking, which is very healthy to our body. And children grow up. We were one time comparing the children of today and the children of our time when we are still young. We used to jump on our one leg. But when we try it now, the children of today cannot, because right from the start, said go and buy yogurt. Go and buy this from the supermarket, and we don't know how they are coming from. It also emphasizes the importance of knowledge, the local knowledge, the local and cultural knowledge in our community. Because actually everyone is a teacher in agroecology, especially the elderly. They teach you how to produce cassava, how to heap potatoes and fix the leaves, how to harvest. All this, everyone is what? Involved. And that's indigenous knowledge does not require going to sit in front of a teacher in a class. We do it practically in the garden. It is the best answer to climate change. For us farmers, the previous speaker was talking about going down to the grassroots. But these policies is from up there. It is developed from up there. Then implementation comes on the farmers. If the wrong policies are developed there, again, the consequences rest on us. Right now, people are facing a lot of climate challenges. Rains come at unusual month, drought comes in the months you don't expect, and we would ask us, why? What has happened? Who is causing this? Is it us, the farmers? Is it the policymakers? Or there are people who are contributing a lot to this? Yet on the ground here, we make sure that we protect the environment, we mulch our garden, much as we experience a lot of rain at the wrong time, we ensure that we produce food to feed the population by mulching, by digging trenches along in the garden, harvesting water, rainwater, to irrigate our garden during dry seasons. We feed it a lot down here, but we don't know where the cause is coming from. Who is addressing it? So looking at also agroecology, it has one, as I said, we produce, because we don't use chemicals in it, we produce very healthy food, which is cost effective. You produce your organic manure with no or little cost. You produce your biopesticide with no or little cost.
Okay, Margaret, as a follow-up, how do you think that the youth can, the youth who are participating in agriculture, given in your experience, can maximize potential in organic agriculture?
I would say let's begin right from education system. Because I remember when we were young, we used to, there are plots given to classes and pupils grow their crops, and at the end of the year they celebrate, they cook the food, and so let us start there. We engage these young people at the early stage. Let's not look at agriculture or agroecology as a punishment. That is what has been going on. When you come late, they say, go to dig. That is very wrong. It is killing the good attitude to agriculture. So let us begin engaging these young people as early as they are still young. They grow with that good attitude to it, and eventually we all produce healthy food. We don't produce unproductive population. That's why we move to that direction of producing, getting a lot of products in a very small plot. Why? Let us engage our children, our young people as early as when they are still young, so that by the time they are aged, they can also produce their own food. I have for several times seen farmers coming to meetings. They are elderly ones. They said, for me, I've been an education officer. Now I'm in agriculture. You say, for me, I've been commissioner of this. Now I'm in agriculture. Meaning that they take agriculture as the last thing. They have been living their life as unproductive people, and they depend on this ready food. Yet we feed it a lot there to produce healthy food, and it is not enough because the population for us to feed is very high, big, which is unproductive. So let us begin engaging as early as we are still young.
Thanks a lot, Margaret, and let's clap for her. I like especially where you emphasize that farming or agriculture is not supposed to be looked at as a punishment. You have come late, go to dig. And that is a great point in my view. Let me bring in Dr. Christopher Cheswa. What is the role of, in your view, what is the role of the civil society in Uganda in scaling up agroecology and food systems transformation? And how do you think that the civil society can be supported to play that role?
Thank you very much, moderator. Hello, everyone. For a starter, let me say that civil society organizations complement government in delivering services to especially the farmers and all the value chain actors from start to finish. And we appreciate government for that. In my view, one of the roles that civil society has to continue doing is mobilizing stakeholders, especially the smallholder farmers. The previous speakers mentioned that they are usually left out when policies are being developed. And that has come up even amongst the youth. They don't take part adequately in the policy formulation processes, and yet they expected to benefit from these processes, which they hardly understand. So we'll continue to mobilize, but also organize the stakeholders, just like what Pelham has done and the partners have done today. Bring stakeholders together, let them think for the agroecology practices, agroecology technologies, all that is required for us to exploit our natural resources with responsibility. At the grassroots level, we will continue to organize farmers into structures and institutions to foster governance in the management of natural resources. Unless they get involved and they realize that they are equally as beneficiaries of properly managed natural resources, then they will continue to be swayed by the so many forces that we are all aware of that come with sweeteners. We have this seed that produces so many kilograms per hectare of yield, and yet the following day, the farmers will not be able to access this seed unless they buy it. Also, these institutions that we build at a grassroots root level help to foster inclusive business models that other speakers have talked about. I have experience of a youth project. The youth are linked to the buyer. So the buyer provides the market information. Then the CSOs are supporting the farmers to produce what the market actually demands. Because many times there's that mismatch. You ask farmers to produce something, you don't even keep track of what the market wants, where there's effective demand. Because as we all know, the one who is willing to release the coin is the one who really asks for what one wants.
Probably, Doctor, you need to also then, since you referred to the youth involvement, the Yalta ambassador sent through our live stream discussion that on behalf of the youth, I would like to know where the money is in agroecology. Do you want to respond to that as you move to the next point?
That's it. That's an interesting question. Thank you. The money is almost everywhere. But what we haven't done is to organize ourselves better as agroecology promoters. Already, FAO and the UN systems are saying for us, if you're organized and you are doing agroecology, it has been proven to work, to support food security, to support nutrition security, and also livelihood improvements. We are willing to continue to support. We are missing that. Government has some money, only that it's a little bit skewed sometimes. They will come and say, you see, we support both agroecology and then conventional agriculture. And for the case of Uganda, that leaves us completely confused. Because much as the country has been zoned, we know agroecological zones. Maybe it is time to also zone it and say, look, there is this lucrative market for organically or agroecologically produced food. Can we say this zone produce agroecology products? Then the other zone do the convention. Whoever wants to get to eat the field, whether they are eating quality food or not, they will go for the other food. Those who want to eat quality will buy what is produced organically. The other area where civil society comes in is in supporting knowledge generation and dissemination. We have been working closely with agricultural research systems, national and otherwise. We would like to continue to do that. We would like to also support the formation of functional and inclusive links between demand and supply. If they are weak the way they are now, especially because of full liberalization of the economy, full everything, and the farmers are not protected in any way, then we are going to let ourselves down. Yet we have this niche and market for what to produce. We would like to continue to provide extension service, extension support to the farmers. Where do we need support? We already have some enabling laws and policies, but I think the weakness is at the point of implementation. Many times we work with local governments, but they say, you see, the money is allocated at the center, it is kept at the center, whatever we get is all preconditioned. So it comes with a lot of conditions, there's no flexibility. So that policy approach needs to be revised. We need further political will from the powers that be. We would need more research in agroecology, such that the information, the knowledge, the skills that we are demonstrating and disseminating to the farmers are up to date. We will need to build a functional relationship between the private sector, the public sector, and all players in the ring. We need sector-based mutual respect. Sometimes the private sector wants to exploit farmers. For them, it's profit. Where I'm not getting profit, I move out. So we'd like to build the capacity of farmers to be able to negotiate and contract meaningfully.
Okay.
The public extension system is there, but can it also be oriented? Can they receive tailor-made training on agroecology? Because that is largely missing. Then we want to get ICT, affordable ICT services. The idea of taxing data so expressively does not augur well for the development of agroecology in this country.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Cheswa. Finally, let me bring in Paul all the way from Denmark. Paul, I hope you listen to me, and I hope you have been listening to your colleagues on the panel here. I want to start by asking you to tell us more about the nexus between organic agriculture movement and agroecology movement. What are, in your view, or from your research, what are some of the recent global trends that can integrate agroecology into the development agenda?
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me okay. And thank you for the invitation and the wonderful speakers. Margaret has me thinking about planting pumpkins as a child, and I sort of lost the next thought because I was going back in time. I can also bring greetings from the organic farmers in Denmark, and also a thank you, because one of the methods that is most common now for spreading best practice in organic farming in Denmark was actually learned from Uganda. It's a version of the farm family learning groups, which is spreading best practice in agroecology. So thank you. Greetings also from IFOAM Organics International, where I'm a brand new board member. We unite 800 affiliates in 100 nations to set an agenda globally for agroecology and organic farming, and also to help at the grassroots, our organizations across the world to strengthen their work in advocacy and market development and training of farmers. Now, this nexus between the organic movement and the agroecology movement is huge. It's based on our common principles, but also a whole community of practice, improving soils, biodiversity, health, food security. And I think that the commonalities are so great that I truly see it as one movement, as one family, and really one river, just with many tributaries. And in IFOAM, our work and our members are practicing both. It's organic producers and it's practitioners of agroecology. Organics is, of course, also a certified system of rules because we're creating transparency to ensure consumer trust and trade. But I see this as a success, an economic success, and maybe just one more opportunity for practitioners of agroecology.
Paul,
You did ask about the global trends also.
Yes, exactly.
I think we've had a real breakthrough the last few years in the recognition of agroecology and organic farming as a tool and a pathway to addressing a whole range of problems with climate, biodiversity, soil degradation, and not just from the FAO, which we've heard very strong support and have had very strong support from for years, but also the climate panel, the IPCC, Food Security Committee, and in the European Union now there's a goal of 25% organic in all of Europe. This support creates unprecedented opportunities for upscaling agroecology and supporting our farmers and also our organizations that are working for change. In Denmark, organic farming has long been a central pillar of how we've developed our agriculture. We have a strong policy framework for developing market and developing production. And we now have market shares of 30 to 50% now for organic, for a whole range of basic products that are part of people's everyday. It's eggs, it's milk, it's vegetables. can't even buy or non-organic baby food in Denmark hardly anymore. So it's becoming a norm more than just a small niche. And I think that these kind of practices, best practices, can be spread really around the world. Now, the last most recent success is that a group of NGOs and food companies convinced politicians in Denmark to place agroecology as a central part of its new development strategy for partnerships also on the continent of Africa. And we've initiated a conversation now on what this new prioritizing of agroecology will entail. And we've also initiated contact now with the Danish embassy in Uganda about collaboration. They're also with us today at the symposium. So we have unprecedented opportunities. I think there's a lot of good news out there, especially for countries like Uganda, where there's so many stakeholders that are working together, also with ministry officials, to advance agroecology. So I see huge potential there.
Thanks a lot, Paul, for that revelation. And there you are, especially the youth who have been asking, where is the investment opportunity? Where is the money? Where do we go? And there you are, you have it. Very good debates. Unfortunately, we have to think about the time as well. I wish that we could have more time to continue asking many more follow-up questions, but we will stop at that. Let's clap and thank all the panelists, Paul and Matthias online from Switzerland, from all the way from Denmark. Let's thank the panelists here, Professor Charles, Professor Cheswa, Dr. Million, and Margaret Masudio. I appreciate you for sharing your knowledge with the participants here. We are going to have a short break. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to try to save on time. On the program, we have 30 minutes, but I'm going to cut that to 20 minutes, given the numbers. So I'm going to request that when we go for the break, please kindly hurry up and let's be back here by my watch. We are going to be back here at exactly 10 minutes to midday. It's saying right now 20 minutes to midday. So let's take that break, but an announcement, as you go for the break, kindly interact with the exhibitors for business deals and partnerships. There is an exhibition. I think there are some up, but also there are those that are outside, but that should not derail us from coming back here in the next 20 minutes. So let's break now. And I wish you good luck. Immediately after the break, we shall start with the presentation from a case study of France. Let's break now. Thank you very much.
My names are Nguran Simon Peter. I'm engaged in enterprise mix. A seed is a core. Without a seed, no agriculture. Our old parents used to consider seed as number one. So what they used to do, when their grains mature, they will first move around their field. They select the best ones. Then those ones they keep aside, they preserve it well, and they put into smaller, their pots inside the house. Then they keep it very well against the pests and even other things to destroy. Even if the disaster comes, they will not tamper with the seed. Sometimes they construct small granaries like this one inside the house, just as their seed bank. That's why I decided to open mine just here at home. I need the seed already available, easy to access, and easy even to afford at any time. When it rains, I just pick the seed, I go. There is a community seed bank, and there is mine. If they lack, I will get money out of them. I have traditional cowpeas, our traditional millet, our traditional sorghum, our traditional vegetables like aboga, echadoi, ekabit, they are there. Even echomai, even shea nut tree. Down there I'm trying to plant. I've opened the tree nursery. We thank Sokadido when he came in. We were told to bring all traditional type of seed we have, and we talked about the benefits, and we even tested. We found that some of our traditional seeds are very important. They are resistant to pests and diseases. They favor our soils. You can grow without considering maybe fertilizer application. So from there, then we were encouraged to find a way of getting those seeds one by one from somewhere where they are still existing. So Kadido and Pelham taught us how to obtain a good quality seed, post-harvest handling, good agronomic practices such like isolation distance. According to what we learned, example, if it's maize, you leave these ones from the bottom, then you leave those ones from up, then you remove those ones in between there. That is how you can get the pure quality seed. Farmers always lose 13%. When you calculate 13%, you will find that it's a very big loss. Then we were taught how to reduce such losses, like using good containers during harvesting, proper drying using tarpaulins, and even well drying the seed such that it will not go bad. At the first, the pests used to disturb us a lot, but when Sokadido came in, we were taught several ways of managing pests using our available medicines around here, organic concoctions. The first challenge I was facing here was I used to get money after maybe selling the bull or the cow. But now I can get the money any day at any time. Some money I get from sale of oranges. I have passion fruits there. I sell chicken. I grow very many types of crops. I'm now removing that place is now for horticulture. I'm now preparing that land for horticulture. To be sincere, at the first, before Sokadido came in, we used to eat once a day. But now we can eat breakfast, we eat lunch, and even supper. The fruits are already available, the vegetables are there. Just you change the diet at any time.
My name is Michael Bano. This is a family vision road journey. It is a master vision for my family. It will run for 3 years.
So the vision road journey, it is a planning tool. Farmers or households or communities are able to envision where they want to be.
In the master vision, this is our vision as a family. So we want to build a permanent house. Why I want to build a house is because I feel in some years to come, the spear grass will not be there, and I need to have a permanent house.
So after dreaming big, they have the vision, then they also have to analyze where they are.
This is where we are right now. We have a diversity of enterprises. We have an ox plow. We have animals, the sheep that we are keeping right now, birds. We have shade-loving plants. Then we also have some trees planted. So why I have diversity of enterprises is because this year we are affected by drought. If I was relying on only the farm, I would not be as I am today. You would meet me when I'm very gloomy in the face. But because of having the birds, the animals, we can still survive. Because when crops are down, I sell the birds and I sell the animals.
So with these resources they are having, they have to make sure they utilize them to achieve their bigger vision.
We had planned also to have ox plow as a family. That one will help us to work in the farm. Here is a symbol of a shallow well. We hope to dig a shallow well so that we can produce even off-season. Right now we fetch from the borehole, and that is what we use to water our ranches and like the kitchen garden and others. Then we are going to save. We have a village saving group within here. We save money and borrow. Our target as a family was to get 15 bags of sorghum, which could cost like 1.2. But due to the drought, we only harvested 2, so which was not our target. Then also in the poultry, birds, we expect to have 300,000 by July. We were going to also practice what is called organic fertilizers or pesticides. Our plan, we set a target to plant a specific crop as a cash crop to earn us money, besides the one we use at home. So this was our plan, to plant sila to get this amount of money. Then here, we are going to do compost. Why compost? Because our family wants to go organic. Organic means we use the locally available resources to add in manure to our plants and to the soil. By December of this year, we also set a target, and that is now the target that we are aiming at. We want to have 250 trees planted. Then also we have to have 5 bags of beans. Our savings should have round to 3 M. Then in piggery we should have raised by 1.8. In poultry we want to have raised to 1.4. So when we round this, it brings us to a total of around 8 point something M, which I know will help us to achieve a family vision road journey. Before TEDO came in, we could have money, but I told you we had recurring debts. Me personally, as a household head, they could keep demanding me. And that was the first vision that I came back from TEDO's training. Then I told my wife, we have to sit and write our vision as a family. After developing a vision road journey, we came up with a farm plan.
If you're going to set up a farm, you need to have a clear plan. You need to know how to allocate resources on your farm so to achieve the bigger vision.
Right now, I am not poor. Before TEDO, I thought I was the poorest person. Even with all these 6.5 acres of land, I still look at myself as a poor person. Why? Because I did not get any training on how to put the resources I have on use to produce what I need.
Before, we could not share. He decided as a man. Yeah, he has come on board. We share. We consult that what do we do for this garden? What do we do for the children? Yes, this side, what do we put? Secondly, it has actually helped. I don't go to people's garden looking for greens. Yes, I feel that side I'm safe.
TEDO changed my life. And when you take these trainings or into practice, you will never be a poor man again. My name is Michael Bano. This is a family vision road journey. It is a master vision for my family. It will run for 3 years.
So the vision road journey It is a planning tool. Farmers or households or communities are able to envision where they want to be.
In the master vision, this is our vision as a family. So we want to build a permanent house. Why I want to build a house is because I feel in some years to come, the spear grass will not be there, and I need to have a permanent house.
So after dreaming big, they have the vision, then they also have to analyze where they are.
This is where we are right now. We have a diversity of enterprises. We have an ox plow. We have animals, the sheep that we are keeping right now, birds. We have shade-loving plants. Then we also have some trees planted. So why I have diversity of enterprises is because this year we are affected by drought. If I was relying on only the farm, I would not be as I am today. You would meet me when I'm very gloomy in the face. But because of having the birds, the animals, we can still survive. Because when crops are down, I sell the birds and I sell the animals.
So with these resources they are having, they have to make sure they utilize them to achieve their bigger vision.
We had planned also to have ox plow as a family. That one will help us to work in the farm. Here is a symbol of a shallow well. We hope to dig a shallow well so that we can produce even off-season. Right now we fetch from the borehole, and that is what we use to water our ranches and like the kitchen garden and others. Then we are going to save. We have a village saving group within here. We save money and borrow. Our target as a family was to get 15 bags of sorghum, which could cost like 1.2. But due to the drought, we only harvested 2, so which was not our target. Then also in the poultry, birds, we expect to have 300,000 by July. We were going to also practice what is called organic fertilizers or pesticides. Our plan, we set a target to plant a specific crop as a cash crop to earn us money, besides the one we use at home. So this was our plan, to plant sila to get this amount of money. Then here, we are going to do compost. Why compost? Because our family wants to go organic. Organic means we use the locally available resources to add in manure to our plants and to the soil. By December of this year, we also set a target, and that is now the target that we are aiming at. We want to have 250 trees planted. Then also we have to have 5 bags of beans. Our savings should have round to 3 M. Then in piggery we should have raised by 1.8. In poultry we want to have raised to 1.4. So when we round this, it brings us to a total of around 8 point something M, which I know will help us to achieve a family vision road journey. Before TEDO came in, we could have money, but I told you we had recurring debts. Me personally, as a household head, they could keep demanding me. And that was the first vision that I came back from TEDO's training. Then I told my wife, we have to sit and write our vision as a family. After developing a vision road journey, we came up with a farm plan.
If you're going to set up a farm, you need to have a clear plan. You need to know how to allocate resources on your farm so to achieve the bigger vision.
Right now, I am not poor. Before TEDO, I thought I was the poorest person. Even with all these 6.5 acres of land, I still look at myself as a poor person. Why? Because I did not get any training on how to put the resources I have on use to produce what I need.
Before, we could not share. He decided as a man. Yeah, he has come on board. We share. We consult that what do we do for this garden? What do we do for the children? Yes, this side, what do we put? Secondly, it has actually helped. I don't go to people's garden looking for greens. Yes, I feel that side I'm safe.
Tedo changed my life. And when you take these trainings or into practice, you will never be a poor man again.
Hello, hello. Can we all gather back to listen in to the next presentation? Can I request all of us to reconvene in the next 2 minutes? Can we reconvene in the next 2 minutes? Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation is going to be Foreign Policy on Agroecology and Food Systems Transformation, a Case of France. It's supposed to be for 30 minutes, but because of time management and taking into allocation of the hours, I'm going to reduce it to 20 minutes, and I will request the presenters to kindly do justice to the presentation in 20 minutes instead of 30. The presenters from the French Embassy are Oni Razafini Salama, together with Chariton Namuoza from Nogamo. Kindly, you're already here. Thanks a lot, Oni. I apologize for the difficulty in pronouncing the second name, but you're most welcome.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank PILOM for organizing the symposium and having the French Embassy in Uganda contributing to the discussion. For purposes of time, I will not go through all the protocol, but I would like to acknowledge the presence of government, international organizations, and NGOs representatives. Thank you for being with us today. All protocol observed. Agroecology is a priority for France at the international level. It is considered an important lever for resilience and development. France contributes worldwide to the promotion of agroecology with major international projects. For reminder, during the last One Planet Summit last January, French President Emmanuel Macron announced the involvement of France in the Great Green Wall Accelerator. The Great Green Wall Accelerator is a mosaic of agroecological solutions to restore ecosystems in 11 countries in Sahel. This example illustrates that agroecology is considered a modern and innovative solution based on nature, which has demonstrated its social and economic value, and obviously its environmental interests. In the French Embassy in Uganda, we promote the implementation of agroecology in forums and at meetings such as the one we are attending today. We also run a program in partnership with Stanbic Business Incubator Limited for the development of MSMEs in agroecology and ecotourism. We support 75 businesses in agroecology. The aim of the program, called Network for Innovation and Sustainability in Agroecology and Ecotourism, NISET for short, is to support MSMEs in the agroecology and ecotourism sectors in Uganda to develop sustainably and create jobs by promoting the emergence of networks of actors in these sectors. Our purpose is to develop mentoring and experience sharing through exposure visits, networking events, and expertise missions. The contribution of France in the development of agroecology enhances the urge to align programs and the economic sector with sustainable development goals by addressing issues such as food security and land preservation with equality and sustainable job creation. So NISET is one program run by the French Embassy in partnership with Stanbic Business Incubation Limited. But in Uganda, the French Development Agency funds other programs, such as the Institutional Innovators for Organic Agriculture in Africa. Our guest, the CEO of National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda, Nagumu, Chariton Namuwoza, who runs the Institutional Innovators for Organic Agriculture in Africa program in Uganda, will present the project. We are happy to have him here, as he is also an advisory board member of the NISET. I will now leave the floor to him, so please welcome Chariton Namuwoza, CEO of Nagumu.
Merci, Oni. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Permit me, on behalf of the National Organic Agriculture Movement of Uganda, to register my sincere thanks and appreciation with the Embassy of France and the AFD for the golden opportunity to talk about a project that is funded by our friends, the French people, which I'll be telling you more about. And to demonstrate my gratitude, allow me to speak some basic French. Bonjour. I speak French fluently in the evening when I'm resting. So for now, please, you'll not hear more than that. I work for NOGAM as the Chief Executive Officer, and in partnership with Afronet and with funding from AFD, we're involved in running a 3-year project. It's 40 months. I'll be telling you more about. And I want to thank the organizing team from Pelham for putting together this very beautiful and colorful event. I congratulate you. I was taught to use this just before I came. I've used others, but they were not exactly like this. So if you see a slide playing, please bear with me. Now, we have been given shorter time, so I'm going to run through the slides very fast. But it's my intention to tell you a little bit about Nogamu, the IABA project, the partners who are involved, the work packages, as they are called, highlights of the implemented activities, since the project was launched, the opportunities, the challenges, reflections on our 20-year journey as an organization, and then I'll conclude and obviously make some recommendations. Now, for your information, in case you don't know about Nogamu, we are an umbrella organization that brings together all the organic actors in your organic sector, and we're talking about producers, processors, exporters, business support organizations, NGOs, CBOs, and all others that are interested in organic agriculture development in Uganda. Our vision is increased incomes and improved livelihoods through the adoption of organic agriculture. Now, I'll use organic agriculture interchangeably with agroecology. And in our network, we have over 300 organizations representing well over 2 million smallholder farmers. Only 10% of those are certified to the international standards. We focus on 4 major areas. We have local, regional, and international marketing, which is our overriding objective. Everything else is built around that. And we help our members to establish what we call certifiable quality management systems that help them to acquire certification against different standards, local, regional, or international. And through the same focal area, we also support them to acquire certification for complementary standards. We have buyers that ask for more than organic. They will ask for HACCP in case you're a processor. They will ask for Rainforest Alliance. They will ask for fair trade and many others. So we still do that. We support our members to also get certified against those other complementary standards. We engage in training, research, extension, and education. We play mostly a coordinating role here. We work with the training institutions, the universities. We work very closely with Uganda Matters University, Makerere University, and very recently we've started talking to Gulu University and all the others that offer that service. We work very closely with the research organizations, again to build the capacity of farmers to engage in production using best practices. And lastly, on the policy front, we build strategic alliances and we engage government to put in place an enabling environment. I'll be telling you more about that. Now, IABA, the project, is an acronym for, it's in French, that's why you see a B there. But again, it's not my intention to say it in French because I still have to wait for the sun to set. Institutional innovations for ecological organic agriculture in Africa. It's a project of about €1.5 million over a period of 40 months, about 3 years. And it's aimed at catalyzing a change in the scale of organic agriculture in Uganda, Morocco, and Tanzania. And in doing so, facilitate its development generally in Africa. So the target countries are those 3. But we are looking at catalyzing a change across the continent. And of course, working in concert with other actors and complementing efforts through other projects like the Ecological Organic Agriculture of the African Union. The project targets about 400,000 actors And Uganda, we have a target of 100,000 only. It's a project involving 7 partners in the 4 countries, including France. So we have Afronet, which is like the lead implementer, and therefore the coordinator. And then in Uganda, it's Nogamu, TOAM in Tanzania, the Nogamu of Tanzania, FIMABIO and RIAM in Morocco. Then CIRAD and INRE are French organizations. So this project focuses on 5 work packages, as they are dubbed. The reason is, of course, when you look at institutional innovations, these are the key areas where the partners thought we need to place a lot of emphasis. The first work package, which is communication, dissemination, and capacity building, is being implemented by Afronet, CIRAD, FIMABIO, INRA, RIAM, and TOAM. The second one, which is building innovative markets, work package 2, there is FIMABIO, Nogamu, RIAM, TOAM, and INRA. Then innovating to better guarantee organic quality. Nogamu is part of that. There is RIAM, there is TOAM, there is CIRAD, and INRA. And the fourth one is innovative public policies, where again Nogamu is involved together with the others. And lastly, the project management and coordination, which is right in the hands of Afronet, with technical advice from INRA. All right, so work package 2. So we're going to focus on just 3, where Nogamu should be, spending most of the time. So innovations for PGS, I think I skipped one. Okay, all right. So innovative markets. The aim is to establish fair and inclusive market opportunities for farmers at all levels to have platforms to sell their produce to willing buyers through formal and informal markets. Now, mark the word fair. And the second word there is inclusive. There is this narrative that organic products are expensive and therefore rich, only for the rich. This project will demystify that impression, because as you will see through the innovations that we've already started putting in place, in some cases organic products are cheaper. And we want to be fair to the consumer who cannot afford to pay what the rich people can. And that's the fairness and the inclusivity. So we're looking at an old woman who would like to consume organic products, but she's not employed, and there is a neighbor who is next to her who has, let's say, organic potatoes. And through that exchange, we can cause some transaction at a very, very low, price. Smallholder farmers, so we're looking at short value chains, and I'll be telling you more about that. So innovations for PGS basically relates to supporting farmers to build a system that is participatory, where you have 4 major actors. You have the farmers themselves, the consumers, you have the local leaders, could be LC leaders, representatives, and then extension staff. 4 key actors participate in verifying the activities of the farmer group to see whether they comply with the organic standards and whether the activities are in line with the 4 principles of organic farming: the principle of health, the principle of ecology, the principle of fairness, and the principle of care. And these are the principles that define organic farming. And that's where there is a small difference with agroecology. But I can assure you the line is very thin, just an emphasis on certain things in agroecology. Okay, so I've already mentioned that. Work package 4 relates to innovative policies. So we must do everything possible to work with all the stakeholders the key stakeholders to engage government to put in place an enabling environment that supports the further growth of the sector. So let us look at some timelines. From the time the project was approved in 2019 by the AFD, we had it launched last year around the time Uganda went into a lockdown, which meant that most of the activities stalled. In September, we launched it in Uganda contemporaneously with the policy. The day we launched the policy, the National Agroecology Policy, is the same day that we launched the project. So we hit two birds using one stone. And in December, of course, we received funding and we started implementing. Right now, the implementation is ongoing and with some clear lessons, as you'll be hearing. Okay, so just to highlight what has happened since the project was launched in Uganda, we had the opportunity, as I mentioned earlier, to launch NOAP, and I want to give thanks to PELAM Uganda, the Minister of Agriculture, represented by Mr. Lwakuba, the Commissioner of Crop Production, and my brother and Muko, George Sir. And of course, AXA. These organizations worked very hard to seek the approval of the policy in 2019, and subsequently it was launched. But look, this was a great milestone. It was a 16-year journey. The first time people came together to talk about a policy was in 2004. That's when we had the first team that drafted. And over a period of 16 years, we kept on engaging government until finally when we got green light in 2019. So what has happened after that? We have gone to the regions to disseminate, to unpack what is in the policy at different levels, local and district levels, and also regional level. We went to the west, in the Ankole and Rwenzori region, thanks to the partners that I've mentioned. To the eastern region, we were in the Elgon area, as well as Teso. In the northern region, we were in Lango, and I think Acholi. I need to get confirmation from Stella, and yes, Acholi as well. West Nile, we went to Nebi, and in the central, of course, we used other means. Now, I think I ran too fast. Okay. Okay, so in the area of work package 4, which is innovative policies, we are working in partnership with our French partners, INRE and CIRAD, and as part of that partnership, they sent a lady, I think you can see the odd man out. She was sent to basically conduct some research around the policies in Uganda that impact on organic agriculture. And it was a mixed bag, mixed feelings, if you like. But generally speaking, she was impressed, and she'll be sharing a report of the same. And we were able to coordinate meetings and interviews with the representatives from the Ministry of Agriculture, exporters, of course, Nogamu, the Secretariat, Rusidi, which is a training center and also an exporter, PELAM, AXA, SAD, represented by Professor, is he still around? Aha, very good. I'll be talking about Professor later, with your permission, sir. Makerere University, to represent the academia, and then the first Nogamu chair, Mr. Alistair Taylor. So we had conversations around the policies that impact on organic agriculture. Now, with the funding from AFD, we have continued to run our weekly organic farmers market. Again, to demystify the impression that organic is expensive. So what is the innovation there? We are doing everything possible to shorten the value chains. We are bringing the farmers closer to the consumers. So what happens? If you are not in this kind of arrangement, the farmer will sell to a middleman, the first middleman who has a bicycle. He'll buy a few things, and he will sell to the second middleman who bulks at a certain store or who sells in some market. And that one will sell to a wholesaler who will then sell to a retailer. Each of these middlemen retains a margin because you can't be in business when you're not making a profit. So at every level there is a margin that is added. So what happens is that when you shorten that chain, and by way of organizing farmers market, the farmer sells directly to the consumer. So the price that the farmer sets is obviously much higher than what they get when the first middleman buys from them. And the consumer will happily buy an organic product which is much cheaper than elsewhere. All right, we'll be talking about that. So we've seen that in the weekly organic farmers market. And we've partnered with Caritas Kampala. They have hosted these farmers markets. They provide the space, they provide the tents, and we're involved in joint promotional activities. And we do everything possible to make sure that on a weekly basis we raise awareness through different platforms, as I'll be showing you later. Now, I told you I would be talking about Professor Sechewa. Professor Sechewa has started a market on Entebbe Road. Now, of course, people always give excuses. You can't be living in Entebbe and you come to Nsambia to buy organic products. So, with Professor Sechewa, under his organization, SAD, he has allocated space, his own space, of course together with the other directors, his own space. And interestingly, it is located just next to the general market. Now, I'm going to tell you something interesting. 2 days ago, no, I think 4 days ago, he called me and said, Mr. CEO, the people you told me that they would be supplying our market haven't delivered anything. Now listen, he posed a question. Do we have organic farmers or agroecological farmers? Which was a very hard question, especially to someone who is, overseeing the organic movement. All right? So it was a challenge. So, but what we did, we spoke to the exporters who are involved in, bulking and exporting these products. They're the ones we started with. So the challenge there is that if a farmer is in Nebi, for instance, and he has his organic vegetables, would it make sense for him to travel all the way from Nebi to come to Entebbe to sell his products? There are questions there. So that's where we need the innovation. Just yesterday, Professor sent me a text to say the vendors in the conventional market, which is just next to the organic market, are rioting. They are on strike. In fact, after here, we're going to have a meeting with the local leaders there. So what's the innovation here? Some people are threatened by the fact that the consumers who have been going to the market now know that there are organic products just next. So they prefer to go to the organic market. So think about a mother, a single mother, whose business and, of course, livelihood depends on, let's say, pineapples. And we have organic pineapples in the organic market. So the consumer will go to the organic market. So how do we innovate? How do we work together? How do we help these farmers, or rather retailers, these vendors, to continue earning? And that is where, of course, the discussion we'll have this later. I don't want to dwell so much on that. But the professor told me there are still stalls. So if you need a stall, please, you can go for one. We have used different channels, the website, online marketing platforms, social media, Twitter, TV, newspapers, and I'm sure some of you have seen these on social media, LinkedIn, and what have you, to promote the market. Also to disseminate the policy. And you can see our head of programs right there. You know, that was a program, I think, in the western part of Uganda. All right, in the interest of time, let me talk about the different partnerships that we have established, again, as an innovation, which is part of this project. There is a company called Vermipro that I would like to talk about in a minute. We have, for long, lamented about the absence of genuine organic inputs. Now, we have a major breakthrough through Vermipro. They are located just in Luzira here. Most of the organic inputs have been imported, but they are located in Luzira, just here. And they are manufacturing a range of products. And guess what? They are cheaper than the conventional inputs. Very cheap, affordable. And yesterday I had a meeting with him. He said he has put a very small margin, again for purposes of encouraging people to use these inputs. And there are inputs for crops, for livestock, for fish. It's a whole range. And they have a robust distribution system. As you can see, they have trucks that will deliver these products right to your farm. And they do that across the country. Just yesterday, there were 2 trucks going to Masaka with inputs for poultry. All right? Another partnership that we've established is with Nucafe. They have over 2 million farmers who are involved in growing coffee. There is overwhelming demand for organic coffee. So they came to us, we sat down and struck a deal. We'll be jointly involved in promoting organic coffee production, certification through the different schemes, organic trade, and we'll demonstrate the different organic technologies. Okay, we are also working very closely with the government agencies. KCCA has built an e-market, and we're going to partner with them in that area. We're working very closely with MAIF and, of course, together with PELAM and AXA. We have an MOU with UNBS, so that if there is any member of ours that wants to get the UNBS mark, we can synchronize the audits for organic and UNBS. They can happen at the same time. Like Vermipro has some products that they want to certify. So we have synchronized both the organic and the UNBS audits. They'll be happening on 1st of November. So you can benefit from that. It's an innovation. More partnership. I just want to emphasize here that we are very intentional in the way we work, and we explore different partnerships. And we think that will give us more mileage in the way we reach our stakeholders. We are happy to be associated with the Embassy of France, which is funding a project, a new project that has just been launched. It's called Networks for Innovations in Sustainability in Agroecology and Ecotourism. We are working closely with PELAM Uganda, AXA, and MAIF to update the organic statistics. That's one of the gaps that we've been grappling with over the years. We want to reach out to as many farm organizations as possible, and NGOs and CBOs. So if you're here and you want to work with us, you're welcome. The door is widely open. We continue to work with off-takers who obviously buy from the farmers and add value in one way or another, either by processing or by bulking and packaging and selling, and the market is guaranteed. We are also having discussions with different development partners. I just wanted to highlight the fact that there is a clear trend in terms of growth in the local and global markets. That graph just illustrates, and you can see a clear trend. It's still going up. The market surpassed the 1 billion mark in 2018. And locally, we've seen many supermarkets stocking organic products, even those that are not actually organic. They're just labeled as such. But just because someone is looking for organic products, they just buy. So again, we need to do some work there. And that's where the innovations come in. Yes. And the organic market proved to be resilient, even in the face of COVID. We signed a contract, and this is a game changer. Listen to this carefully. A German-based company called Better Eco has built a B2B platform, business to business, akin to Amazon and all the others. Now, Amazon and Jumia are B2C. This is a B2B business, meaning that they can offtake all what we are growing, right? That is a very, very big opportunity. We have received trial orders, and there is trade, direct trade between the exporters or farmers association or farmers cooperative with the buyers. So Better Eco and Nogama are only facilitating. What an opportunity. And middlemen will be eliminated. Of course, that's direct trade. And of course, unfortunately, most of the products that are demanded are processed. Key challenges, I think the commissioner will highlight most of these, but this is like a song that we have sung over the years. Fortunately, when it comes to low production and productivity, with the entry of companies like Vermipro, there is light at the end of the tunnel. The high certification cost through this project, we are going to innovate through the participatory guarantee system to make sure that the vast majority of smallholder farmers who cannot afford to be certified third-party can acquire certification. There is inadequate exclusive organic outlets. The Nsambia market is waiting for you. The Abaita Babiri market is waiting for you. And the products are great. I had lunch of tomatoes and cucumber and carrots and what else I've forgotten. It was enough. You really want to try some of these products. Lunch, it was enough. My stomach was full, and I can assure you, I felt so good eating organic products. That feeling that you're eating a product that is safe is interesting. Limited research, limited access to market information, poor branding and packaging. We've seen it at the farmers market. They bring some of the products in plastics, Buvera. Subsequently, of course, they improve. And then the high cost of borrowing, trade finance and all these things. The usual songs. We've had time to reflect as a learning organization on our 20-year journey since we were founded. The first lesson is that there's been a strong correlation between donor funding and the development of Uganda's organic sector. And so we want to appreciate the development partners for supporting Uganda. Lesson 2 is that we need strong institutional support and coordination. The founding of Nogama in 2001 was a clear demonstration of the need for a strong institution. And we saw the sector growing so fast in the first 10 years. And of course, many, many developments came up. I would highlight more, but in the interest of time, allow me to move to the next lesson, which is, and Mr. Lwakuba, you're going to pay more attention here. Now that we have a policy, we badly need the bill or the act. I don't know how to put it in a manner that sends a very strong signal, but we badly need this bill. I know there is some work going on, but if possible, let's fast track this, because it's going to help us to regulate our sector and will catapult our sector to greater heights. And of course, government should allocate some money to the organic sector. Mr. Lwakubasa, some money, we need some money from government. It can support extension, it can support certification, and all the others. The last lesson is that we need to do things differently. We cannot keep doing the same things using the same methods and approaches. We have seen in the recent past with the FD funding that there are many things we could actually do. All right? This is not the end, but it's not moving. Okay, so that's the second last slide. The last slide basically is to say thank you very much for listening to me. And if there is any question, welcome. But most importantly, we need you in the organic network and the agroecology network. Please subscribe to the NOGAM membership. We have 5 categories of membership. We have, I see my brother approaching. We have Platinum, who are big companies and cooperatives, well established. We have Gold members. We have Silver, Bronze, and then the individual members. If you're a consumer, you're an individual farmer, and you want to subscribe to our membership, you're welcome. I want to thank you very much.
Let's clap again to thank the two for their good presentation. Chariton together with Oni, thank you so much. Except I didn't save any time from you, but it's okay. The presentation was good. You used the original 30 minutes very well. So I can guess you had prepared for that, my bad. Can we now welcome the Commissioner in charge of crop production from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Mr. Lwakuba Alex, and he's going to give us a presentation on an enabling policy environment for scaling up agroecology in Uganda. I have 30 minutes for you. If you can use 20, I will be most pleased. You're most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. The request has been heard. The challenge is that the number of words, if you like, that I have are inversely proportional to my mass. So I have that challenge. The second one is I request you maybe these gadgets. You know, I learned computer only when I was completing my master's degree, I think, 1995. So this gadget may be a problem. Somebody can control it for me, the presentation. Thank you. Moderator, once again. Yes, thank you very much. I know he's always available to help. The guest of honor from the FAO country representation in Uganda, and here ably represented by Pierre, my colleague. I have the clout to call him Pierre, my colleague. Our guests and those that are with us and that came from far from other countries, and those that are participating virtually from Switzerland, from Denmark. Honorable members of parliament present, and our development partners, I'd like to recognize a further representation of the French embassy, the Danish embassy, my brother and colleague Victor. Maybe Victor is around, if he can wave, just for recognition from the Danish embassy. And there is a reason as to why I'm doing this. Maybe he has left. On others, you know, I am asked to talk about enabling environment. I have an enabler, which is also a disenabler, and that is the mask. It enables me maybe to be resilient to the pandemic, but it is also a disenabler in that it forces me to go against the agroecological principles. I have to breathe abnormally. So colleagues from agroecology, what I call the agroecology practitioners, in your respective capacities, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Alex Rwakuba, I'm Commissioner Crop Production Department. If you may allow me speak properly, I told you I have a disenabler from Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I appreciate and thank Pelham and the colleagues you worked with to organize the 3rd Agroecology Symposium in Uganda. And thank you for inviting us, and especially Rwakuba Alex. The paper, Enabling Policy Environment. Just allow me to start small. Maybe I may get rough or harder later. But before I do it, let me also recognize my partners from IFOAM Organics International, Mr. Holmbeck, Paul Holmbeck, Mr. John Ulowa Garcia from Biodivision, Madam Charity, but also finally somebody from the Ministry of Agriculture Denmark called Sofas Rex. Paul Holmbeck, in one way, assisted me to produce some of these slides. And I borrowed some of these slides from a presentation that I made to the Organic World Congress. Now, if you like enabling environment, whatever condition or situation can support, can influence our actions as a society, can direct, is called an enabler. So I've given you that kind of definition. These may be laws, they may be policies, could be infrastructure, could be a regulation, could be a condition, culture, that will guide societal action, is an enabler. Now you asked me to talk about enabling policy environment. I would like to understand the key words in this topic: enabling environment, and then scaling up. I have addressed enabling, and then I have scaling up. What opportunities exist in Uganda that can enable us, that can influence, that can support us to push agroecology to higher heights? What opportunities? We have a policy, we have a law in place. Those are the opportunities. Scaling up, what does this mean? It means that we have something. Maybe what we have is small, but it is not enough. Maybe we have, and I usually use this word, we have a shaking tooth. Maybe we have gaps. We have gaps. What we need to do is to beat the gaps. In forestry, we call it beating the gaps. Maybe that's what we need to do to scale up and scale out agroecology in Uganda. That's the topic you asked me to present. If that is the case, so what is it that we have that we can start with, that we can strengthen, that we can drum up? So I'm still on that one. Go to B. I've defined, I've dealt with the A. What about B? So we have a policy that we call National Organic Agriculture Policy. So if you are talking to policy environment, you can talk to policy frameworks. You talk about an independent policy. You can talk about a strategy. You can talk about a plan. These are all policy enabling environment, policy environment. When we talked about modernization of agriculture, that was a policy environment, a policy framework to develop modernized agriculture. If we talk about NDP, it's a macroeconomic policy framework for development. When we talked about a national agroecology development strategy, that can be a policy framework, and it is an enabler, policy enabling environment for us to promote agroecology. Now, there are issues. We are talking, somebody was hesitant. Can I mention organic agriculture or agroecology? There could be some differences between agroecology and organic agriculture. In a principle, we're talking about the same thing. What underpins these two terms is sustainability. So organic agriculture and the agroecology are common. They are not the same. They differ in that organic agriculture is narrowly treated. It's narrow because for it, and by definition, it emphasizes what really goes to the market. The practices of organic agriculture, the principles are fewer compared to agroecology. Agroecology is different from organic agriculture in scope. That is what makes the difference. In practice, there's a difference, as we shall see later. Let's go to another one. So, if we have organic agriculture as the starting point and organic agriculture policy, can we now include agroecology and agroecology strategies within what we have? If I may start with that one. I strategically, deliberately did not give you a presentation outline. I want you to tell me what I've talked about at the end of the presentation, if you are attentive. So let's start with what we have and then scale up and scale out. We have the NOAP. What other opportunity do we have? We are now at the bill formulation to operationalize the NOAP. Professor talked about the NEMP. I interfaced and interacted with the NEMP, National Environment Management Plan, National Environment Management Policy, 1994, 1998, and the statute. These have been revised and reviewed. That is another opportunity that we need to exploit. That at the stage of reviewing what we have, then let us bring out what we want in order to scale out agroecology, in order to promote agroecology. Let's use the existing opportunities. Are they policies or policy frameworks or pieces of legislation? Let me continue. So we are using this either synonymously or together, organic and agroecology, and because they are benefits, there are repeat within these two terms, these two terminologies. Maybe later we need to go into deep understanding of how we can apply these two terms. But they're important, just as somebody presented a paper that was FAO in France. They're important because they talk to what we cherish as a sector and government. Food and nutrition, security, income, health, living, health, eating. So if you must embrace agroecology, then you are gearing towards sustainable living. But if you want to die early, then embrace other systems. All these issues of biodiversity, of POPs, avoiding the POPs, persistent organic predators have talked to these ones, of avoiding the maximum of minimum residue levels in terms of chemicals in the food we eat, then you are in the right direction of agroecology. Now, what is it that we have? NOAP. How can we scale NOAP in favor of agroecology? One, that we can review the NOAP. But we have just started implementing the NOAP. But it's possible if you can make a case and we review the NOAP, National Organic Agriculture Policy, and we include agroecology. Because I've said organic agriculture is narrow, agroecology is wide. Let's bring those other aspects that will enable us to address agroecology in its entirety. Now, what are we doing? National Organic Agriculture Policy, our focus is on research. That is another opportunity. Research and identification of indigenous knowledge and propagation of indigenous knowledge. That's another opportunity for us. Can we include agroecology? Upscaling organic education and training of farmers. That's where we need to bring in our agroecology principles and practices. Promoting and enhancing organic agriculture, can we also promote and enhance agroecology? And how? Uganda is in principle practicing a lot of agroecology, only that this is not certified. What is certified is organic agriculture, but not agroecology. Yet we are practicing agroecology in principle. How do we scale this one up? This is how we can systematically say, yes, these are the principles according to the principles, this is agroecology, this is organic agriculture. So, according to the policy we have, research, indigenous knowledge, upscaling education and training, enhancing organic agriculture, improving organic supply chain and investments, organic market development. These are the areas of focus of NOAP, and they provide an opportunity for us to address agroecology. Now, these are some of achievements, and Mr. Nogam addressed this one. We have started disseminating. We are at dissemination. We're implementing NOAP, where we are carrying out technical disseminations, and we have done 13 so far. I think I will not read all that because the CEO, Nogama, has already talked to that. But we have 3 key steps to ensure that the policy and the activities of NOAP, organic agriculture, on the ground. And what are those 3 steps? We have to prioritize among the many the needs and NOAP themes together with organizations in the organic agriculture sector. I want to thank Pelham, AXA, NOGAM, and who else, and many others that are working with us to put the policy on the ground, to implement the policy. And this is what we need to do, and more of this. The other one, we have designed a roadmap for priority actions of implementing the NOAP further. I'll flash the roadmap and the courtesy of Paul Holmbeck. Then another pillar is accelerating NOAP financing. How can we get the finances? How can we forge stronger partnerships with our development partners and get actions on the ground? Can you continue? Certainly the priorities in the roadmap, I'm talking to the roadmap, the priorities are upscaling, organic agroecology. I bring now the upscaling again. You have run faster. I mean, yes. Upscaling, then the supply chain and market development. Thanks to that Ababili market, I am obliged to visit and also do shopping there. So we need more of this. And how do we cause the producers to supply? Then strengthening and financing the policy framework and the stakeholder platform or platforms. If we didn't have the partnership with NGOs, civil society, maybe this policy would still be in the shelves or at the shelves or somewhere at the drawing table. So this is what we need to work on. Now, I want to take you to this one, another flash. This one is just giving you the kind of difference between organic and agroecology. All these principles, I don't have to go through them, relate to agroecology. Yet, organic agriculture has mainly four: health, fairness, care, and ecology. So what you are seeing down is what underpins agroecology. And then, you know, there is this one in the middle, the last level in the middle. What is that one? It's a circular economy. How can we talk to these economists and planners that, well, it is high time for us, if we are going to implement the outcomes of the UN Food Systems Summit and recommendations, then we must entrench a circular economy in Uganda. And how can we address this circular economy? Circular economy, I simply mean carbon footprints. How can we avoid or reduce? How can we enhance the recycling? So how can we entrench circular economy in Uganda and even on our continent or even in the globe? What I said is that we have an opportunity to implement the National Organic Agriculture Policy, but in a very inclusive way. We need to include agroecology as we implement the NOAP. So we have the opportunity. And we are saying that, well, although organic agriculture policy has policy strategies that are singing about education, imports, market development, capacity building, can we bring those as elements of agroeconomy into the strategies that we already have? First of all, what is our policy and what does it say? What is a vision? Sustainable, a profitable organic agriculture subsector, if that is the vision for national competitiveness. Even agroecology has such elements. And we are saying in our mission, in our, even in our goal, we want to harness the organic agriculture potential. Then for us, we should say we want to harness agroecology agroecological potential of and in Uganda. Simple as that. So we need maybe at a later stage to review this and make this NOAP all-inclusive. We make the NOAP inclusive of organic. That's what this slide talks to. But I would like to ask some questions. How can we address the thorns, and these are challenges, of certification, for instance? How do we address this? And this is not for me to answer, but out of this symposium now I pose some questions, and those that are going into discussions. How do we address certification and make it affordable? How do we bring, because I told you that organic agriculture is mainly lopsided towards certification, and if we are certifying it, what the practices we have, and then we are complying with organic agriculture. So how do we now address certification in agroecology? Because we are practicing agroecology. How do we address certification? Number two, of course, this one I asked, and it is there. Shall we implement the NOAP in an inclusive way for agroecology to ensure more rapid support for agroecology? More question is agroecology significantly different from organic agriculture? Is agroecology significantly different from organic agriculture? To me, I think not quite. If it is not significantly different, then we have an opportunity to use the existing policy framework and law and legislation to scale out agroecology using organic agriculture. Another question, if the two are significantly different, do we need an independent policy for agroecology? If you must say yes, I am telling you, maybe after I have retired, but because I tell you that will be another rough road to walk. If you talk of an independent agroecology policy, another long road. Professor Secheo, I think you remember where it started. Now, demand an independent agroecology now, when government and in the circles of public sector, public policy management circles, are of the view that maybe we have a lot of discrete policies. It is now time for us to talk about holistic policy frameworks, policies for commodities. And now you start demanding an independent policy for agroecology. That one, I am not, I don't easily give up, but that one I want to tell you, it is a long and rough road. Agroecology policy, and therefore law, do we need this? Independent? Do we need an independent agroecological policy and therefore a law? I told you longer trip. Can we review or strengthen what is existing, like the NOAP? If so, when and how? When do we start this review in favor of agroecology? Ladies and gentlemen, can we run, just as I maybe wind up? This is just a roadmap for implementation of NOAP. So we can, this is a draft, and I brought it as a draft. You can look at it maybe if it is printed out. So this is another opportunity. This is a roadmap, and we developed this with partners using through the peer-to-peer dialogue. Peer-to-peer, Uganda here, agroecology or NOAP implementers with maybe people who are ahead of us, like Denmark. So how can we share, south to south, peer-to-peer dialogue, support each other? So we developed this under that framework. So this is another opportunity. Continue continue. And this one just maybe sounds the importance of the ministry. Importance of the ministry as a facilitator, as a catalyst for upscaling the neighboring environment. I just take you to another one, and maybe before you go, those are some of the pillars: policy, the knowledge, the market, the farmers, what we can do. These are the pillars. If we are going to scale out agroecology, we look at the pillars here. The pillars are the corners or around that cycle. The last one are lessons, maybe lessons and conclusions. Noah took us 15 plus years in the making, but we needed dedicated funding, dedicated support, and a strong political mandate, political will. We had to get people who came to our side in order for us to get this policy approved. Agroecology, are we gearing for that? Can we start now? Who are those champions that we are running, that we are identifying within the political circles? It required involvement and a strong advocacy from the organic enthusiasts, organic proponents. Do we have a critical mass of agroecologists here who can move, traverse this country and outside and start drumming support? That is what we need if we are going to scale out agroecology in Uganda. We need, don't just come here, but we want you to have agroecology at heart and all the principles. The last one maybe is sustainable food systems can only be achieved with a strong backup of robust and well-formulated local, national, regional policy and supportive legislative frameworks, as well as international agreements, and those conventions and treaties. Now, in Uganda, in the ministry, we are part of a global community of practice of organic agriculture, of agroecology, at policy and at practice, at policy and in practice. And in Uganda, we are being supported by BioVision. I must recognize BioVision Foundation and IFOAM Organics International. Paul, together with me, actually developed some of these slides, the models you see. We are also part of the Food Policy Forum for Change. I have presented our NOAP at these two conventions, Food Policy Forum for Change and Organic World Congress. Policymakers working to formulate and implement organic policy and transform food systems need support, inspiration, best practice, and peer-to-peer exchanges. That's why we need our partners, Denmark, the French. We need the peer-to-peer exchanges because these European countries are ahead of us as far as implementation of agroecology is concerned. I want to thank you all for the opportunity. For God and my country. God bless you. I can do it for you because I took a lot of the time. I don't know how much time I took. So let me pay for taking long. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together to clap for Mr. Lwakuba for a wonderful and very passionate presentation. Thank you very much. The attention was well observed, and from the participants. If you went behind during the presentation, of course you would hear a pin drop and perhaps testimony to the fact that you were being very much attended to. Very good challenges you have thrown to the stakeholders, And I picked the end notes where you are asking, is agroecology significantly different from organic agriculture? And are we prepared as the stakeholders to take the long, tedious journey of advocating for, new laws? And you challenged all of us on if the question to that question, the answer to that question is yes, then do we need a new policy? I think we will be touching on some of those answers as we start a discussion, a plenary. We have been given 30 minutes, but I will consult the Secretariat to see how many minutes we can go on with the discussion. Since morning, we have had discussions, the opening remarks, and of course the keynote presentation by Dr. Emma Sili-Prandi, and then we went into the panel discussion. Some of the questions were answered, some not, and I'm going to request us to try to make our comments as short as possible. If we are asking questions, let's direct them to the right persons who can respond to them, and then we see how far we can go with the questions. I know there are issues that are burning, and we want to respond to them. Can I get our technical people to take microphones around? With the sanitizer accompanying the microphones. Can I see some hands up? If you're making a comment, do it in 1 minute. If you're asking a question, kindly 30 seconds should be enough. Be direct and fast enough so that we can have as more participants as possible ask or make comments. There is a hand there. As we go into those questions, I want to take the opportunity to recognize and on your behalf thank all the participants, especially the agencies that have made sure that this symposium takes place. I know there is a list. There is the Alliance for African Food Sovereignty. Thanks, AFSA. Thank you very much. There is CARE. I think it is, I will read it later when I move nearer. There is Stanbic Bank, the Incubation Center, Incubator Limited, the Embassy of France to Uganda, the ambassador and the team, thank you very much. Yalta, the youth team, thank you very much as partners. Then we have the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation. We thank you very much. There is Oxfam Uganda, Trocare, Brot, Ministry of Agriculture, of course, and the EOA, the Ecological Organic Agriculture. There are a number of other partners that we will be appreciating their contributions to this symposium as well. So, but for now, thanks a lot, and I will be reading more partners to thank. Let's have the first question or comment.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Sande Bob George. I work for MAIF. I'm a focal person for organic agriculture. I want to thank all the presenters, including my commissioner, for the great work. I just have 2 comments. Agroecology and the organic agriculture is not anything different. It is the same thing, only that whereas agroecology is system-based, organic agriculture goes into kind of technical, embracing issues of certification, and depending on what my commissioner submitted is something very important. I believe that the current organic agriculture implementation strategy and the current national agriculture policy can be implemented also to embrace agroecology, since the two are not so much distinct. The other comment I wanted to make, there's a submission which was made by the panelists, and this one we've seen it all over when we've been moving around different districts disseminating the NOAP. The youth have been asking, you are talking about agroecology, what are our opportunities? Even in the last youth caravan we had with the Pelham, it was one of the issues. I just want to make it clear that when you look at the entire value chain in agroecology, right from production to value additional processing, there are a number of value chain points where a youth can participate. You can participate in the production. You can participate in the input supply. You can participate in the transportation. You can participate in the value addition. So just look at the entire value chain. You can join at each point you join, it's an opportunity for you. I just wanted to make that clear to the youth and all of us, that agroecology is a very big platform for us, and we can penetrate it at any point of our interest and backed by the capacity that we have. For example, if you cannot transport, you can produce. Production doesn't need big chunks of land. I was at St. Jude Family Project that Sarah talked about. The lady was explaining to us the principle of zero wastage. Zero wastage. She's producing even vegetables on trees. She's producing vegetables on verandas. It's not a matter of you having acres of land, but maximizing the little that you have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Another hand. There is a hand there. There is one there. Those three, let's take that and then we come this side. There is a lady's hand there.
Thank you so much. My name is Blaise Mwesiga, and I work with the Parliamentary Forum for DRR Secretariat as the Disaster Law Research Officer. My question, which actually isn't that much of a question, is actually a follow-up of the one of the action points or recommendations that were raised during the second National Agroecological Actors Symposium 2020 that was held in the same place. And it was relating to conducting such workshops or meetings in places that do promote agroecology products, because we must practice what we preach, isn't it? So if we are speaking agroecology, if we are speaking organic farming, if we are speaking healthy living, and we are conducting such meetings in places where the service provider is not going to offer us those products, then what are we doing? Are we practicing what we preach? Not everyone will know these things. They might not be able to go to the market, to go to Zambia, to go to where. But when you hold such meetings, such workshops in places where those products are promoted, then you are actually promoting what you preach. So that's what I would like to ask. How far have we gone with that? Thank you.
An interesting question. Maybe I will ask, I'll ask Stella to respond to that. But you know, if I may hazard a guess, in this time of COVID, I'm wondering where you would take such a group of people across the country and causing more congestion and risking lives. But maybe Stella will, the national coordinator for Pelham, will give us a better answer. But I agree with you, and there is a hand there. I definitely agree with you. It would be speaking to the, it would actually be acting to what we talk. I remember a team with the AFSA people here. We were doing sensitization and training of journalists to appreciate what agroecology is all about. And we went to Ethiopia, and then we went to Togo 2 years ago. And we were taken to a mountainous area, one of those areas between Togo and Ghana, where there is serious agroecological, you know, practice going on the hills, and how they were still farming there. Organic agriculture was being practiced for about a week. It was quite an experience, you know, but I hear you. Stella prepared to respond to that. Let's have the next question or comment.
Okay. Thank you, Charles. The protocol remains observed. I'm Patrick Omon from Agency for Community Empowerment in NEBI. As we observed during the discussions, that there seems to be a lot of talks at the national levels and less implementation at the grassroots levels. I would like to suggest to Pelham and also other partners that this kind of symposium could also be decentralized. We could have some of them conducted at regional levels so that more farmers are invited and they interact with, with this kind of high-level panel, and they have a better understanding of agroecology or even organic agriculture. But above all, to ensure that many more people are able to have some of these key information that we get at national levels. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Tomon. There was another hand at the back there. I will come back to you later.
I am called Joseph Rubega, working with the Kulika, Uganda. I have a little concern. While we were addressing the challenges faced in promoting organic production, we mentioned the certification as one of the key challenges. And here I have a feeling that the financial aspects involved in certifying farmers seem to be holding them back. With the umbrella organizations, Nogamu, Pelham, and so on, probably with the other private partners and the government, would there be a possibility of multi-sectoral involvement to ensure that certification is made much more easy for the farmers to accelerate organic production? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next hand there, and then finally at the back, and then we come this side.
Thank you. My name is Albert Kakande, a farmer trainer with the Agency for Integrated Rural Development, AFAD. Now, as a farmer trainer, we are looking at the agroecological practices and organic agriculture in general, but the guys we are training down there are looking at the whole venture as wasting their time, as per now, you know. There is a lot to get an organic product on market, which seems to them as taking a lot of their time. Now, Mr. Commissioner will agree with me that the policies we have are not strong enough to support the organic bit of it. We still support much of the conventional guys than the agriculture. And this has taken up the minds of the guys we are preaching this to. Now, Mr. Nogam, I think we must be intentional in taking our organic themes to the grassroots. For example, in Maine, the sub-county where I come from, in Wachiso district, let us put at least model organic agricultural centers, a small model farm, such that when we preach this, our people can come and find something. Otherwise, if we talk from Nogamo headquarters in Kansanga, that we have a market on Entebbe Road and in Zambia, our guys will not understand this and will say, those things of yours waste time. I'm telling you to produce nitrogen organically. You are wasting my time. So we have to be intentional. I thank my organization, AFAD and PELAM, that we are preaching the organic agriculture movement, but we need to work on the mindset of these guys. Let us be intentional in doing these things downwards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, there is a hand of a lady at the back.
Yes, thank you, moderator. My name is Nakofeo Sar. I work with YAD, Youth Association for Rural Development in Buyukwe. I'm a youth facilitator. I have a dialogue I would like to share that I've got from my experience in the field. Here goes the dialogue. When you come to the consumers, their taste and preference goes, I pay less, I get much. And under these consumers, some care about the quality and others do not care, as long as they get as much as they can get from their 1,000. Then when we go to the business people in the middle, they want to get too much from the farmers, and to me, I call it a thief's price. Why? They want to sell much and beat the market, and they don't want to look as expensive to buy from them. Then here I face a reality in the field. One of the youth asked me, Musomesa, you tell us to do farming as a business, and now you're talking of growing things agroecologically. What will I benefit? When the business people, when the consumers come, they want a full basket of onions, they want a full basket of eggplants at 1,000 or 500. And when I don't give to them, they will go to another producer or another farmer. So how do I benefit? If you want the agroecological or organic food for myself, you go to my kitchen gardens that you taught me. They are there. To me, I'm safe, but for the case of making money, I have to go artificial. I have to get a component of very many artificial things to get as much as I can so that I can also be in the business world. So here comes my question from the dialogue. Can anyone eat from where they have spat? If so, can we make everyone, at least 70% of the population, grow their own food? And from here, for those who can grow their own food, they will do it organically, agroecologically. And for those who cannot, they will look for the right forest. They will look for the right places. And here, we will create good markets for our farmers who are doing organic agriculture or agroecological products.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now, as you realize, many of you have not directed their questions to the persons they want to respond to them. What I'm going to do, I'm going to request Professor Sechewa to respond to two of those questions that he can respond to in a minute, and then Dr. Christopher Cheswa to respond to some, Already, the commissioner had already taken some notes. He will also respond to those he can. And then Stella will respond to the question of the bringing people here. Can I come this side? And I'm going to choose the hands as a bunch, and then we go for lunch. So I will take the two here, and then the two at the back. So no more raising hands if you didn't raise now, because we have to try and save some time. Yes.
Thank you so much.
Kindly help me indicate who you want to respond to the question.
I think I particularly don't have anyone, but maybe Mr. Alex, I think the commissioner, could respond to this. Mine is that thank you for the presentation on the policy. We've seen it. It's very good. I just want to find out where these policies have coherence. We know that there are several policies that we have, and now we have strategies and different frameworks and guidelines. At what point do these policies meet? At what point do we have a convergence point for the policies to be able to support agroecology? Why am I asking so? You will realize that having worked with farmers for a very long time and having been in these spaces, I have interacted with farmers across the board. The same farmers we preach the gospel of agroecology line up to pick inorganic pesticides just a minute after you've left the field. So do we have control over farmers within this economy as we preach the gospel of agroecology? And then, as we talk about agroecology and value addition, it's very obvious that the issues of certification have been talked about by my colleagues out there. But most importantly is financing for agroecology. For me, that is what is very important as we go into supporting smallholder farmers to finance and to be able to add value to what they are producing. As long as the interest rates are still very high, then it's very obvious that whatever we're speaking here is a hoax. It's very important for us to ensure that there should be a certain, like someone said about the subsidy bill, especially on smallholder farmers who are practicing agroecology.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe, Commissioner, to add on to her question, is it a question of controlling the consumers? Is that possible? Or it is a question of mindset change? I am also wondering whether you can sensitize us on that, because it appears even us, the promoters and advocates of agroecology, need sensitization to start with. Perhaps I've had the discussion around the 7 pillars of the parish development model that is becoming now a big thing for the whole country. And one of those 7 pillars is the mindset change pillar. Is there a way this kind of good discussions can be, pushed through for sensitization when we are talking about mindset change? Commissioner, if you can respond to that as well. Can we incorporate aspects of sustainable agriculture, talking about organic agriculture, farming, and agroecology in mindset change under that pillar of mindset change, under the parish development model? There is a hand there, and then I come to...
Thank you very much. Jojo Ruka is my name. I work with the Soroti Catholic Diocese Integrated Development Organization, that is SOCADIDO. My question goes to Commissioner Mr. Alex, and we are talking about agroecology, we are talking about organic farming, but all this is crop and livestock production. And all this crop and livestock production require water. I would like to find out what the ministry ministries, the government plan is in relation to water for production, especially as we are experiencing effects of climate change. Then the other thing, as we're talking about agroecology, organic farming, we are producing, but I would also love to understand from the ministry side what plans they have, especially for value addition, because most of the crops we're looking at, most of the animal products we're looking at are perishable. So kindly take us through plans on value addition. I thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's have Okot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Charles Opio. I work with Oxfam. And
sorry, I called you Okot. Sorry, Opio.
It's all right.
Hold
Okot
me,
is even my
excuse.
dad's name. So, yeah, so I am anchoring my question on the Commissioner's question of whether organic agriculture is significantly different from agroecology, which I am actually in agreement that they are not very different. But then now we have policies like the National Organic Agriculture Policy, and we don't have the laws to operationalize them. I just would like to understand what the problem is. Why the delay in coming up with such important instruments to actualize such kind of good policies? If the ministry can share with us the challenges they go through, and if they also have proposal on how other stakeholders like CSO and other group of stakeholders can support them to come up with this. The challenge is that if you have a good policy like that, maybe it has a time frame of implementation, let's say for 5 years, and 1.5 years down the road, you still don't have the instrument to operationalize it. So what relevance is such policy now? So that's my concern, and I think if the ministry can share with us how best they want to be supported by other stakeholders to really be very helpful. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Opio. Thanks for that clarification. Let's have the next question or comment.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm called Eustace Sajagbi, the CEO of AFAD. AFAD is Agency for Integrated Development. I'm also a classmate of the commissioner, who also helped us to found this organization. Mr. Rakwa, though he works with the ministry, he has the heart. His heart is here. So thank you very much, Alex, for supporting the sector. Yeah, there's one issue which came up in your presentation about the difference between agroecology and organic. Yeah, I can say there's no significant difference, as you said, but for us who work for the smallholder farmers, we feel that both these systems can help them sustain production and earn a living. I happen to have been an organic agriculture inspector, and because of third-party certification, the stakeholders at the time, around 2005, thought of forming a local certification body, thinking that it would lower the certification cost. So that's how UGOSAT was formed, and I happen to have done a lot of work for UGOSAT and other certification bodies, like CERES was working with UGOSAT by then, and IMO. Yes, but I think the question still remains. Third-party certification is still costly. And when you look at the carbon footprint. Somebody, I think it was the brother from Yumo, talked about the carbon footprint. The certified production is mostly for the European markets, for the first world, and because of that, it has a large carbon footprint. So I think we have to take a stand, either to pursue both third-party certification or to promote a participatory guarantee system. I think I will request Professor, who was chairman for UGOSAT, and also CEO later on, and is also a proponent of local markets, to come out and guide us on how best we can go forward based on third-party certification and PGS.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give the microphone now to the two hands at the back. The ladies, I think, one in glasses and one in a black top.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Yona Kamabu, the founder of SKP Innovative Business Training Center based in Bundibujo. My talk is a cry and a call, and specifically it is going to the Ministry of Trade, Agriculture, and the Ministry of Finance. Being that we have got someone, or we have got partners to help us push the agroecology and the ecotourism part of it, I kindly request that let us not relax now. It is now this opportunity that we are supposed to come and partner with them, and we see how best we can uplift this system. I'm trying to give a scenario that now my farmers in the village, a few of them can know some of the best practices. But what is the challenge? The challenge is that the extension services from the district are a little bit limited to the number of of farmers. Two, I call upon the Ministry of Trade, Finance, and Agriculture. Specifically, we are having the parish development model. Now you will find that the government will start now meandering, looking for people to work with, but these people are here. Don't go any other further. These people, these organizations here, these companies can easily train these farmers, can easily train these people in the villages, and they catch up, and the objective and the project role or the project goal of the parish development model will automatically be achieved. Two, I will call upon for the Ministry of Trade, the Finance, and the Agriculture to have a seed capital. Sometimes we always get challenges whenever we go in to train these people in the villages to capture up with these other policies of agroecology. But we are also limited. So if we get some people who can come in for us, maybe to facilitate the trainings, to facilitate the capacity buildings for other extension service workers, then there we can, I think, work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The last hand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Nantume Hajara, Managing Director of Alimisa Consultants Limited. My question goes to Dr. Sechewa. Is there a plan for setting up of organic markets in rural settings to promote short value chains? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me now request the four persons I'd asked to, starting with Professor Charles Sechewa, in 2 minutes, kindly respond to some of the issues. Then I will come to Dr. Christopher. then Stella, and then the Commissioner will end responding to the issues on the floor. Microphone, please. Microphone, ensure it is sanitized.
Thank you very much, moderator, and all of you who have asked those very nice questions. The time you have given me is for one question each 2 minutes. Organic agriculture versus agroecology. You see, the problem is that every time we have new people turning up in gatherings like this, and maybe we have limited opportunities to share information on a regular basis. Agroecology was adopted by FAO because they wanted a term that would be understood across the board. Some people are not very much in for the term organic agriculture, because when you say organic, for some of you who are scientists, it means a lot. And when you say organic agriculture, it's not very easy to convince some people from the scientific point of view. And yet, organic agriculture is about agroecology. For us, from the scientific side, we have agroecology stemming right from science, from systems science, from the ecology as you know it, if you have gone through biology and all that. So the two are actually the same, only that FAO went into more detail with the 13 and then the 10 areas to make it much more comprehensively explained. But the two are exactly the same. We have taken time to analyze what is meant by health, fairness, ecology, and justice. And we have found that all that we talk about in agroecology just fits in there. So let us not waste time discussing those issues. Let us get down to practice, like many of us have called upon us to go down to the grassroots and enable our communities to produce and feed on safe and nutritious food. Then there is a question about the time one spends producing organically. Again, this is not true. The fortunate bit is that I'm a professor, I'm a scientist, and I'm also a farmer. I have done farming very many times. And from the research perspective, I don't only do it, but I also research it as I do it. And I have found that the claim that you spend more time is not right. It's only that our people lack the appropriate knowledge. Talk about compositing, which is said to be more time consuming. You can have composite ready very easily and like leisure. In 2.5 months, you have your composite ready to put back in your fields. So I think we still need to share knowledge. Unfortunately, some of us are getting old. But otherwise, the knowledge is plenty to be shared. And those in organic agriculture still lack quite a lot of knowledge that they must get in order to feel comfortable with organic agriculture. It's unfortunate. We have trained people in organic agriculture since 2006 in short courses, in diploma, certificate, degree, master's, PhD, And I'm very surprised to see that we are still grappling with some questions in organic agriculture, with all that human resource that has been very well trained. So I think the most important bit, and from our observation, is that our producers and the consumers have been lacking a market. The farmer lacking a market to go and sell, and the consumer lacking a market to go and buy. That's why, for us, we are moving in to emphasize local marketing. And we are not monopolizing this. Anybody can start a market as long as it has custody of the organic agriculture integrity. So please, let us have local marketing focused on, and then organic agriculture products will be demanded, producers will be earning from organic agriculture, and the consumers will be finding the safe and the nutritious food that they want. Currently, when you go to the market, everything is the same. As we grapple with a conventional market at Abayita Ababiri, the vendors are telling us everything is the same. We have the same suppliers. And we have just told them, go slow. The sources of these products are clearly known, they are traceable, and the products are clearly marked, and the consumer who comes for them will know that I'm going there, I'm not going there. So what are you talking about, that they are the same sources, they are the same suppliers? It is not the case. But that will not happen if we don't have definite markets for organic agriculture. Our suppliers, the farmer, will still suffer, and our consumers will also suffer, because they will be sold anything in the name of organic. So please, local marketing is the solution. Certification. I totally agree with the observation that certification has been a limiting factor. At one time, we even referred to it as a non-tariff barrier to organic agriculture. But there are solutions. The very first solution that we need to seriously pursue in Uganda is the participatory guarantee system. Farmers have been slow in forming these groups and having certification done that way. The second alternative, which is even easier, is third-party certification against our own standards. Third-party certification is expensive because of what we call accreditation. When a certification body is accredited, it pays a minimum of 20 million Uganda shillings per year to be just accredited to certify against a particular standard. But when we go local, that is for the local markets, and we are certifying against our own standards, which we have the Uganda Organic Standard, and we have the East African Organic Product Standard. So if we certify against those, we don't need accreditation. UGOSAT can just certify against those. And what are the charges? When I was still in certification, PGS was being sold a nominal fee of 40,000 Uganda shillings by NOGAM. Only that would be charged per year, not per month, not per time, but per year, only 40,000 shillings. And then UGOSAT had put in place a mechanism for certification against the East African Product Standard at 50,000 shillings per year. I'm well informed by the CEO NOGAM that this plan is being revisited such that UGOSAT can offer third-party certification at a very low cost. So members, colleagues, farmers, stakeholders, organic agriculture is going to be a reality as we implement the National Organic Agriculture Product Standard.
Thank you, Professor. You need to wind up.
Yes, lastly, I have been asked about rural markets. Now, a market is a place where people exchange goods and services. Now, if that is the place, when you put it in a rural setting, yes, you will have suppliers who will supply their goods to the market. Now, you need the other side of those who will demand. And I doubt whether in rural areas we have people who will demand for organic products. What they will actually do is to produce their own food. And if I were a rural community farmer, that is exactly what I would do. I would produce and consume my own organic food. Why go for it in the market? So I think let us start by having these markets in areas where there is demand, and then supply will be paid for. If you bring your product from, let's say, Luwero, you in factor the transport cost. And if farmers are working as a group in participatory guarantee systems, that is an opportunity for bulking, and they can easily, as a group, transport their products to the market, and in fact, factor in the cost of transportation. That will be the most cost-effective way for now, but gradually, I'm sure we shall have collecting centers in rural areas.
Thank you, Professor.
Even cold storage.
Thanks a lot, Professor.
Thank you very much, moderator. We can discuss beyond that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Of course, being a professor in this area, you can talk on and on and on. But we will have time to have those discussions. Bring the microphone to this table. Dr. Christopher, respond to 1 or 2 questions in 1 or 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. I'll address myself to the question about how are youth benefiting. Maybe you could put it another way and say, how are youth getting money from organic farming or agroecology? For me, in my experience, what I observed is that there is no deliberate effort to market food that is produced using organic methods. What is happening now is that the market structure is not clear. I have had an unfortunate bit of going through what the lady was mentioning there. You know, you encourage people to produce crops organically, but then when it comes to selling, you have only one company that is interested. You know, you try all the others and they say, no, for us it doesn't matter what we are exporting or what we are producing. So I think there is need for more investment in marketing organically produced food. If the pull side is not strong enough, then I'm afraid we are kind of wasting time for the producers. I've seen crops that have a market. It can be not a very organized market like what Professor Sachewa is talking about. But if there's somebody who is targeting what the farmers are producing, the farmers will find, even if it is the seed, you see the market needs this kind of organic product. They will look for the seed even by themselves. Okay, tell them, you know, you have to look after to care for the crops. They will do it as long as there's somebody offering them a premium price. But that's lacking. Corona helped us a bit because there have been messages running all over the place. Please, eat well, eat nutritious food, avoid this and the other. So people are quite aware. But we don't have a follow-up program to continue to sensitize people that there's a difference in eating healthy and eating unhealthy food. So that's, for me, that would be a good starting point for the youth and all of us who are doing farming to benefit from our efforts. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Christopher. Can I have Stella respond to the issue on is the lady who asked the question, is she around? The lady from the Parliament Forum? Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator. I'll first of all go to the major questions that Commissioner asked in his presentation. A lot has already been said by Professor on certification. I'll talk about the others. On whether agroecology and organic agriculture are significantly different, what I can say is that we've had a number of discussions around this. And as the National Organic Agriculture Policy was being disseminated in different parts of the country, still those issues came up on the use of terminologies. And the ministry organized a meeting to see how to harmonize use of these terminologies. And from that stakeholder meeting, it was clear that the two terms were very related. The principles and understanding of organic agriculture are anchored in the International Federation for Organic Agriculture movement, IFOAM, whereas agroecology and its principles and elements are anchored under the FAO. But from the discussion, it was clear that agroecology is broader and provides us very strong base for organic agriculture to thrive. It is broader and shares principles with organic agriculture largely. And organic agriculture is also very focused on the markets through the clear standards that are there, especially with the certification processes. And then to further deepen this discussion, in the afternoon there is a breakaway session that is going to look at the agroecology strategy that will clearly look at how to handle these similarities and this challenge when it comes to policy frameworks for organic agriculture and agroecology. Then there was a so that answers how we can review or strengthen what is existing with the two terminologies. There was a question asked by the lady about why we are conducting such workshops centrally here instead of taking such events closer to where the agroecology and organic farming is practiced. What I can say is that this is, we organize national events. Maybe we have two in a year as Pelham. We have this symposium and the indigenous food fair that are held nationally. But I assure you that every day we are out there in the field, and this is just one of several activities that we implement. We have exposure visits happening at these locations where work is happening. We have trainings that are happening all over the country, trainings at farmer level and trainings at facilitator level. We have seed and food fairs that are happening at subnational level in the different regions around the country. We have policy dissemination workshops that are at district level, bringing stakeholders together at very local levels. And then when we have these national events, we also bring people from the local levels to attend and share their experiences. Like today we have farmers in our midst, but we have also carried some of our work in the different projects on ground to show the impact we are creating on the ground, and you'll move around and see the posters. This is again work done by Pelham together with other stakeholders. And we also have exhibitions happening upstairs, which you will look at sometime in the afternoon. So this is work that is happening on the ground. And if it wasn't for COVID, I believe we wouldn't fit in this room, because this is just the third symposium, and in the first one we had this place very full, and upstairs was also very full. But now we are trying to limit the numbers because of COVID, so the interest is big, and we try as much as possible to bring all stakeholders together. Then the other is about, I think the gentleman who was talking about talking at national level and limited work on the local levels, I think I have answered that. Then financing for agroecology was also an interesting comment that came through. It's a big challenge. Yes, we are training, and also training farm agroecology as a business. A lot of trainings are happening, but a very big missing link is the financing for agroecology. And I'm grateful that the French Embassy has come on board together with Stanbic Business Incubator, and they are implementing a 2-year project specifically looking at entrepreneurship in agroecology and ecotourism. And there's a side event this afternoon to specifically look at entrepreneurship in agroecology. So I believe that a lot will come through in that discussion to do with financing for agroecological businesses. Yeah, I think that's all I had to respond to. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Stella. Let's have finally the Commissioner Alex Lwakuba, to respond to some of the issues. Commissioner, I'm sure you can take 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. A marathon. The first one, existing policies do not seem to be supporting. They are not doing a lot to support our air producers. You're absolutely right. We've just put up the organic agriculture policy, but we need to put the policy on the ground. What do I mean? We need to implement the policy. You and me. I don't know who asked that one. We need to implement the policy. You and me need to work together, implement the policy. For us, we catalyzed as formulation with our colleagues. Implementation is for us all. Number 2, we need to fast track the bill. That's the law to operationalize the policy. And then the bill, of course, will come with regulations, with rules of the game, with the standards, and then the enforcement mechanisms. We need to get the enabling environment work. I hope you understand that. We need to get enabling environment work. The second question, coherence of policies. Is it all policies or agriculture, organic agriculture or agroecology? For all policies, government, we have a filtering mechanism for policy formulation or during the process of policy formulation. And we have a cabinet secretariat. The cabinet secretariat, of course, will analyze either the proposed policy for this word coherence, for conflicts. And when we're formulating the policy, of course, we start with the gaps. We look at the existing ones, look for the gaps, and then make a justification for the policy that we are bringing up. So cohesion is dealt with, and this policy here came up specifically to address the gaps. We have what Professor has moved out, mentioned the name, this overcaking for the environment, but it was not addressing organic agriculture or agroecology per se. That's why it was justifiable for us to come up with the NOP. And a convergence, yes, convergence is in sustainability. There are convergences, but there shouldn't be divergences. They need to talk to each other and reinforce each other. for the survival continuity of society. Any control over production, we right now do not have any control on production of organics because we don't have the law. We don't have the regulations. What is controlling production is the market, the dictums of the market. It is the market dictating. But we should have the law and these standards. Maybe the standards that invoke certification or that are used for the certification are the ones that are controlling the production of organics. But as government, we don't have those measures to do what? To control the production. Let's do the policy and then the control will be enforced. The other one may be a follow-on from the moderator. Moderator, is it mindset? Is it control or mindset? Moderator, your question takes me to the opportunity. I've revealed the opportunity. We have an opportunity, the parish development model. Colleagues, let us harness that opportunity and market our agroecology interests. We can talk to those people who are managing at the grassroots, and it becomes easy for us to market our ideas and then teach them to eat organically, produce agroecologically. I think that's an opportunity. So it is mindset and as mindset, and it's an opportunity to us. The other one is, before I come back to the request, MAIF. I think this was somebody from West Nile. MAIF sector, any action on water for agricultural production? Yes, a lot of action to address, to mitigate the consequences of climate change. For water for production, we have intervention is in small, medium, and large scale. Irrigation facilities rehabilitated, even new ones, micro, small, medium facilities and equipment is being given to communities to address water for production. Ministry of Water and Environment does the bulk. Ministry of Agriculture on farm. But I want also to request you, from a private point of view, that you can also do rainwater harvesting. We have taught this. Please, you can do that even before government comes in. Rainwater harvesting, and you produce agroecologically. Another one talked about plans for value addition. Yes, under NDP 3, you know, agricultural sector is focusing on the agile agro-industrialization program. And what are the interventions? Pillar 1, Pillar 2, or intervention 1, production productivity. Pillar 2 is post-harvest handling. Then, if I'm not mistaken, intervention number 3 is about access to markets, processing, value addition. So value addition is one of the intervention areas of focus. Another one, if we have somebody from MTIC, can also add onto that one. Mr. Pio, Mr. Court, why delay to come up with the law? Very interesting. Mr. Court, what are the reasons? The reasons are many. One, resources, the human beings, the people. And then two, what is their desire? The heart they have towards that growth. Do they support? Do they negate? Are they opponents? Are they proponents? So the resources, the human beings, and their hearts towards that law in the making. Then the resources in terms of money. Now, in conclusion to that question, we have started. Ask Nogamu. Nogamu has gone out. We have started. Anybody from NEMA? We have started. Resources, UNEP. They gave some resources. They gave resources to NEMA, and we have started some small consultations. Nogamu and other colleagues here, we have started collecting information to initiate the bill. So we have started, but we need more resources. The last one, I think, the last one is just a request. Yes, we have talked. I did mention I did not attend that meeting to harmonize terminologies. My request is we need to talk and talk and talk. What was done is not enough. Professor, you talked, but that is not enough. We still need to talk and educate our people and change their mindset. These terminologies, we need to publish a lot to share that what we did is not enough. We need to do more. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is ready, and the time has run so fast, but we have a lot to do as we conclude. First, we are going to break into groups. There are 3 groups, and these groups are based on some 3 different thematic areas. But in 1 minute, I have also been challenged. Someone has written a note and didn't indicate their name, but they say, this is specifically to Mr. Charles Odongtho. Does it matter to you how food is produced? I don't know what to say, but yes, I think it matters. Why? Because food matters. Because food matters, the way it is produced matters. That's what I think. Why do I say so? Because, you know, food, like most things, is double-edged. We eat it to survive, for livelihood, but its abuse can also be dangerous. You hear of the term food poisoning, you know? So food produced badly can turn into a health hazard for us. And so that again means that it matters how it is produced. Now, we all aim, I think the reason why there is so much discussion on agroecology, organic food, is because we all want, as human beings, we all want healthy foods. And that is another reason why it matters. Because we need healthy foods, we need safe foods, and food produced badly can ultimately destroy the environment, in my view. And we have talked about insecticide use and all these kind of things. You know, you hear the discussion about transporting food, storage of food. That's all the production chain, the food production chain. Aflatoxins, if you produce it, if you store it badly, then it becomes dangerous, it can become cancerous, and all that kind of thing. So for me, I think without going into research and talking to Professor Cheswa and other professors here who have definitely researched more, I think for me at a basic level, I want to eat good, safe, and healthy food, and that is why food production matters. Whoever sent this note, I'm going to kindly refer you to to Christopher Cheswa and to Professor Sechewa so that they can give you more lectures on this on my behalf. Is that okay? Whoever sent it, but it's an interesting question. I definitely agree. Now, finally, we have 3 groups. Note them. One is financing for agroecological entrepreneurship. And the youth must be particularly interested in this because in brackets, youth employment in agroecology and the role of the private sector. That is thematic area number 1, hence group number 1. Group number 2 is climate change, agrodiversity, and agroecology. Group number 2, climate change, agrobiodiversity, and agroecology. Group number 3, scaling up of agroecology in Uganda, the case of a national agroecology strategy in Uganda. Now, those are the 3 different groups that we are going to go into. I need, though, someone from the Secretariat, someone from Pelham, to help me on Let me check if there is an update on the leaders of each of these groups. Breakaway group number 1 is going to be led by Richard Mugisha, and is going to sit in Mbuya Hall on the right-hand side of this place, right? And Mugisha is right there in white, in a white shirt. Look at Mugisha, and is the one going to lead the breakaway group for group number 1. Number 1, I repeat, is financing for agroecological entrepreneurship, youth employment in agroecology, and the role of the private sector. Group number 2, you're going to be led by Lawrence Kanakulia. Lawrence, where are you? Lawrence is right there, raising his hand. Now, you need to watch them carefully because both Lawrence and Mugisha are wearing white shirts, and both of them are wearing the same masks, and actually both of them are wearing glasses. At least Lawrence is shorter than Mugisha, so take note of that. And Lawrence is wearing a brown pair of trousers as opposed to Mugisha in black. Group number 3 is led by Marilyn Kabalere. Marilyn, where are you? Marilyn is right there raising her hand up. And first, group number 2 is going to sit in Mbuya Hall on the left side. I think this is Mbuya Hall, right? Where we are. Mbuya Hall is which side? Next room. Okay. But on the left-hand side, that is for group number 2. The final group is scaling up of agroecology in Uganda, the case of a national agroecology strategy in Uganda. That group, I've already said, is led by Marilyn, and you are going to sit in Mengo Hall. Which side is Mengo Hall, Marilyn? Mengo Hall? Okay, so I want to task you to ensure that you show the group members where that Mengo Hall is. Now, each of these groups, the task, you are going to present cases, you are going to have open discussions, and there will be reactions within the group and suggestions made, and then most importantly, you must formulate calls for action. When you discuss the challenges, the dynamics, the issues at hand, as they currently are, then formulate calls for action. Okay? That is what you need to do. We are going to have We are already late enough, but we are going to use maximum group members, group leaders, maximum of 1 hour each. 1 hour of work, and we shall start counting that. Lunch is supposed to take us now, we shall do lunch for 45 minutes instead of 1 hour. We are going to do lunch for 45 minutes, starting at, by my watch, I'm going to start counting from 2:30. It is right now 2:22. So I will start counting from 2:30. That's lunchtime, and by 3:25, by 3:15, a 3:15, we shall have finished lunch, and then we shall all go into our breakaway groups for 1 hour. So I will count from there. That means we shall all be here by 4:15 to listen to the presentations, and then 1 or 2 speeches, and then conclude. We had intended that by 4 we should be concluding the day, but we lost 1 hour at the beginning. So let's try and see how we can recover if you work faster, so that by maximum 5, we can break away and you prepare for tomorrow, which will be another long, hectic day. So, how are we going into the groups? Coupon for lunch is at the gate as the exit. That's where you will get the coupons for lunch. The media team that is live streaming says that there will be no streaming live of the breakaway sessions on social media, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube channels, but it will be streamed on Zoom. So the audience can join the discussions via Zoom as well. So that is, excuse me, how are the members going into the different groups? Is it by choice? Doesn't that have a risk of overflooding one group that people are interested in? You have a balanced interest? Okay, I'm told we have balanced interests. Perhaps that is on the advice of the Secretariat. So it's okay, you know the group that you will go into. So let's break away for lunch now, and my watch is starting to count now. So you rush for lunch, and then immediately from lunch, don't come back to this room. Go straight from lunch, go straight to your breakaway groups, okay? Let's have a good lunch and enjoy.
Did you know that only focusing on increasing agricultural production does not necessarily solve the challenge of hunger and malnutrition? Did you also know that obesity, food waste, and hunger coexist in the current food system? Yes,
in case of any clarifications, we will ensure that you get the clarifications from your different groups.
Do you think this is the right path for sustainably feeding the growing population? Let me show you.
Don't forget to choose a presenter.
Sustainable food system. Agroecology refers to application of ecological principles to design and manage food and farming systems, or simply designing our farms to mimic the natural environment. Agroecology also improves the social relations in the community and localizes the food system by shortening the food supply chain. Agroecology is best understood in 3 dimensions. As a practice, agroecology refers to the various ecologically sound farming practices that can be applied by farmers to sustainably increase production of healthy food, feed for our livestock, and fiber. Common examples of such practices include soil and water conservation measures such as contours, terracing, mulching, non-chemical minimum tillage practices, and agroforestry, among others. Ecological soil fertility improvement practices such as composting, biofertilizers, green manure, and animal manure application. Urban and backyard garden technologies, e.g. sack, mandala, and vertical gardens. Agroecology as a science integrates both the indigenous knowledge from the farmers and ecologically sound scientific knowledge from researchers to develop innovations and approaches for addressing existing challenges on the farm and wider food system. Some examples of agroecology as a science include participatory action research, participatory innovation development, participatory plant breeding. Agroecology as a social justice movement seeks to uplift the position of smallholder farmers within the food system and promotes respect for people's diverse cultures and food traditions. Agroecology promotes gender equality and empowers smallholders to effectively participate in shaping and challenging policies that affect their right to food both at local, national and global level. The 10 elements of agroecology developed by FAO also provide a good framework for understanding and measuring the transition to agroecology at different levels. These are diversity, co-creation and sharing of knowledge, synergies, efficiency, recycling, human and social value, cultural and food traditions, resilience, responsible governance, circular and solidarity economy. The multidisciplinary approach of agroecology has led to its increasing global attention as a more sustainable solution for bringing about the much-needed social, environmental and economic transformation. Agroecology directly and indirectly contributes to the attainment of 15 Sustainable Development Goals. We therefore call upon government and all actors to take deliberate and strategic actions to scale up agroecology for truly sustainable and resilient food system. This message is brought to you by Pelham Uganda on behalf of the National Agroecology Actors Platform and supported by Trocare Uganda.
The Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa KHEA project is being implemented in 4 East African countries of Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda and Tanzania, and it's in its first phase of 2 years. According to the Research Institute of Organic Agriculture FIBO Survey 2020, Uganda ranks number 1 with the highest number of organic producers in Africa. In this video, we show you the approaches and practices being promoted by Ugandan organic farmers as selected by Pelham Uganda, a country implementing partner and co-host of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa.
As the country implementing partner, Pelham Uganda is working with 2 centers of excellence. One is in Masaka, that's St. Jude Family Projects, and the other is Kulika Uganda, that is located in Lutisi in Wakiso district.
Pelham Uganda selected 6 master trainers, and these were selected on given criteria. 1, they're having a knowledge in organic agriculture, but also be able to replicate the knowledge with the farmers. These were trained in Nairobi in October by IFOAM. The trainings were for 5 days and also asked to train the farmers and the multipliers for 5 days when we come back home, which we've already done in Uganda here. The goal of the project is to 1, collect knowledge on organic agriculture practices, but also disseminate the knowledge on organic agriculture, which we've already done through the trainings we've conducted so far. And then the third one is through the networking. With networking, we've networked with WUMU, that is Uganda Matters University, COSI, and it is looking at the research component. Then we have partnered with St. Jude, and then Kulika Uganda.
St. Jude Family Projects, found 127 kilometers from Kampala City, deep in Busense Village, Kabonero Sub-County in Masaka District, founded in 1997, carries out organic farming practices on a 3.8-acre piece of land, and these are some of the practices they use.
The fecal matter that is harvested from the cattle project, after making the biogas and collecting all that biogas and using it for cooking purposes, we later on take it out, because it's filled with probiotics and all these many important bacteria in the rumination process of a ruminant animal. We actually still need it in a non-ruminant animal. So we take it out, fry it on fire. After we've fried it on fire, we mix it up in the feeds of these pigs, for example, and then later on feed the pigs. In one or another, it's going to supplement the feeding process of the pig. The number of other projects around the farm that are basically being used or being run on the farm within a very small area. For example, the contained gardens, just within a small area, someone can harvest plenty. So all through the year, someone has enough to eat, and in one or another, it promotes food security, especially for the poor farmers that we've been teaching all through the years. Again, when you move around, you see the poultry project. The construction of the buildings has been made in a way that there is enough space utilized vertically than going horizontal, because there's still no more space anymore in the country. The population is rising and land is becoming limited. Land is no longer increasing in size, but the population is increasing. So we have to look out for methods or ways of doing still farming, but in a way that is going to provide enough for people to eat, despite of having limited space when it comes to land. So the aquaculture project, the ponds we are having on the farm, we have those that are in containers, contained ponds, but again, so we have those natural ponds, which are basically dug in the swampy areas, and in one way or another, they are not affecting the environment, but rather promoting the health of the environment, or promoting the health of the macro and microorganisms within the environment itself.
A few kilometers away from St. Jude Family Projects is James Kabito, who is one of the project's secondary multipliers. James has shown great success after having been part of the Knowledge Hub for Organic Agriculture in Eastern Africa, KHEA training that was conducted early this year, 2021, at the St. Jude Family Projects.
Twafuna omusomo okuva eri member munnaffe Richard Musoke nga ayambibwako ekitongole ba project ya KCOA nga omusomo gwe yagufunira ku St. Jude n'agutuleetera wano era nga gukwata ku nnime y'obutonde nga mulimu okukola nakavundira gwe twandiise compost manure, ne wabaawo plant tea. Ebijimusa ebyo biba by'amazzi naye nga bikolebwa mu muddo ogwa kiragala. Ne wabaawo silale oba silale oyo ng'ava mu gwe tuyita manure tea, ava mu busa oba mu kalimbwe oba mu bintu ebyo ebiva mu bisolo. Omusomo ogwo gwatuyamba okubeera nti buli eyajja mu musomo ogwo twateekateeka ne tufuuka bammemba ne tukola ekibiina ekyo kye bayita kyesiga Organic Agriculture Farmers Association.
James has gone ahead to offer land to be used by the community for further organic farming projects. Still in a distance of over 259 kilometers from St. Jude Family Project in Rugando Cell, Nyakajeme Sub-County, Rukungiri District is another farmer, Ruth Mwebaza Makanda, who attended the KCOA project training at St. Jude and is now fully and proudly practicing organic farming on a small scale.
Some of the things that we learned was to grow food, and we came back, we did these raised beds that you see here. We started making our own raised beds. We've used sack mounds to grow food, and the food is growing healthy. We are developing an urban center demonstration farm for people who come from towns to see what we do. And one of the challenges we had here was water, lack of enough water, especially during sunny season. But because of the training and the exposure, we have decided to dig out our own underground water reservoir tank that's going to hold water, and we believe that water is going to supply us and feed this farm for the rest of the year. We now make our own manure. We do our bokash. That is something that we learned at St. Jude. So that has helped us. If you can look around, our vegetables look more healthy because of the manures that we are using now. But also what is interesting is that this is a community farm. It's a demonstration farm where people from the community can come and learn. We are open to the community. They can come and learn how to use small spaces like you've seen around and grow your own food, healthy food. So this training with KCOA has exposed us to so many things, and we believe in the next 1-2 years we are going to have a better farm.
In addition to St. Jude Family Projects, here is another center of excellence, Kulika Uganda, a non-governmental organization that has existed for over 30 years in Uganda, located in Lutisi village, Namayumba sub-county, Wakiso district. Florence Namulindwa Dumba, one of the KHEA project master trainers and also project manager at Kulika Uganda, presents some of the repellents and natural fertilizers they use on their farm.
We collect urine from the rabbit
And of recently, even I took a step of taking it to Kawanda to be tested to find the content of nitrogen. When you apply it, you know its smell also, it repels insects. So it's a multi-purpose. Apart from giving you or giving nutrients to your soil and plants, it also repels pests as well. Then also we have verminity, we have vermicompost, we have compost itself, we have biochar, we have bokash, we are using super magro, we have native microbes. We have gardens we design which can help to harvest water during the dry season, during the rain season, so that during the dry season, the production continues. We developed one biopesticide which is working very well, and it has been also approved and published by FAO. It is a biopesticide. The most active ingredient is called rotenone, and it's really got from Tephrosia. You just pick the leaves, you pound them, then you sieve, because you need to put in to create a pressure to spray. We've been spraying aphids, armyworms. One time we are in Mubende, we are working with a team of 100 groups of farmers, youth farmers. And then that is the time when there was outbreak of armyworm. I think you remember that time. It is really amazing that we just used our youth farmers, just used the Tephrosia, and then you could see the armyworm dying. So what we are talking about, it is really cost effective. This kind of agriculture is cost effective. It is environmentally friendly and also socially just.
In addition to those practices, Pulika Uganda also applies other measures as used by St. Jude Family Projects.
As part of the project, we have so far trained 272 multipliers and 152 farmers, and we are proud of the results that are coming through. We are seeing an increased number of farmers embracing organic farming, and stories of change are being documented, and I'm sure this will enrich the knowledge platform. And we also strongly believe, that organic farming knowledge and practices will be widespread around Uganda by the end of the project.
COVID-19 has affected lives globally. Nations and people around the world have gone back to prioritizing health and access to food. COVID-19 has seriously affected supply chains across the globe. High dependence on imported agricultural products and long market chains have made the industrial model of agriculture vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic. Movement restrictions and job losses further threaten livelihoods and increase poverty and hunger. In contrast, agroecology applies ecological principles in designing and managing farming systems to minimize the use of external or artificial inputs. Agroecology also shortens the food chain and empowers smallholder farmers to strengthen their relationship with consumers. Let's reflect on the 10 elements of agroecology to better understand how agroecology promotes resilience of our food systems, also in regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 1, diversity. Agroecology promotes a diversified system of production. By supplying and consuming a wide variety of healthy plant and livestock products, the general nutrition is improved, thus contributing to better immune system for the population against COVID-19. Number 2, co-creation and sharing of knowledge. Agroecology encourages integration of farmers' indigenous knowledge with ecologically and socially appropriate scientific knowledge through participatory action research. This approach leads to development and adoption locally appropriate innovations within the food system to guarantee sustainable production and supply of healthy food amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Number 3, culture and food traditions. The production and consumption of culturally appropriate traditional foods, including fruits and vegetables, both cultivated and from the wild, can boost people's immune system to COVID-19. Unfortunately, these rich traditional foods are rapidly being replaced with highly processed modern foods, which is contributing to increasing cases of obesity and non-communicable diseases. Better management and cultivation of indigenous seeds that are adapted to the local soils and environmental conditions can enable farmers to stay in production even with the current movement restriction that limits access to agricultural inputs such as seeds. Number 4. Synergies. Agroecology ensures that all components within the production and food systems are complementary and mutually beneficial. This increases productivity and minimizes dependence of externally sourced inputs, which are currently not easily accessible to farmers due to the current movement restrictions to minimize the spread of COVID-19. Number 5. Efficiency. Agroecology emphasizes the use of as little locally available resource to produce as much food as possible without depleting the natural resources. This ensures continuous production of much-needed nutritious food that is affordable to the population amidst COVID-19 pandemic and its related effects. Number 6. Recycling. There is simply no waste to waste in agroecology. Crop residues and animal waste, such as dung and urine, are fed back into the farming system as either feeds or fertilizers, hence closing nutrient cycle. With limited access to external agricultural inputs, such as fertilizers, due to lockdown, this enables farmers to stay in production, which guarantees our food security. Number 7. Human and social values. Agroecology recognizes the significant role played by men and women smallholder farmers to feed the growing population and works towards improving their social relations and equitable access to production resources. Promoting gender equality and empowerment of women who are major food producers and caregivers increases agricultural productivity and reduces vulnerability of households to effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Number 8. Circular and solidarity economy. This element supports low-cost and fast transfer of healthy and nutritious foods into the hands of consumers, hence supporting shorter value chains. Localized value chain development leads to creation of employment opportunities, especially for the youth, and overall rural socio-economic development. This increases the resilience capacity of rural communities to COVID-19 through better access to essential services. Number 9.